Test, test, 1, 2. All right. Let's see how this goes. Recording. There it is. Live stream, chat room. No, want that bigger. Oh, hey, what's up, Wayne? I got a haircut. I shaved my face. Oh my God, it feels so good. I'm just trying to get everybody else on here. Yo, yo, yo. Going live on multiple platforms. I'm actually technically 4 right now. I'm just trying to get all this working. Yeah. Building another PC right now tonight. Whew. But yeah, it's been a minute. I know I've been gone for 2 weeks. My YouTube channel has been auto uploading to all the new content, but I wanted you guys to see the new build that we're going to be doing. We're doing a full server build, actually for my video editor. So my video editor does all my content. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? My video editor remotely does my work, but the situation that how we've been doing it has not been the best. So I'm gonna do much better option for them. So the whole purpose of this build, or what you guys are gonna watch during me building, is to build a high performance, not super, but decent, much better than what I gave them, because I gave them a laptop for video editing. It was just not going well, and then them downloading content from my server to them just isn't fast enough, because we're getting content from far away versus locally. And now what's going to happen is that they're just going to remote in to a high performance PC. They're going to have full access to my server, and then pretty much they're just going to have access to the server, remote into a PC here locally, do all the work locally, and that way everything is done locally without them needing to download and upload. It's all just done locally in the household. So if you guys are tuning in, thank you for watching. We're going to be building a PC, so let's start building. We're going to show you the breakdown of everything that we purchased, and you're going to see my new, oh, not my new, but my Bucky shorts I'm rocking tonight. So let's get you guys here on some stands here, so give me a second so you guys can see components. Right here is the fleet of hardware that we picked up. Everything from Micro Center, by the way. I don't skimp out on where I buy my stuff. All bought and built at Micro Center. So after taxes, we spent about $1,000, give or take. But there's no GPU, okay, because we don't need any gaming performance. It's all just hardware, just processing power is what we're using. It's all just CPU based performance. So hopefully that makes sense when you guys are watching. Yeah, that's kind of like the idea, is to streamline all of this, make this more efficient for everyone. So I'll break down all the components so you guys can see what we're doing here. Number one, obviously we're going to be, CPU is always the number one thing. We're going to be using a Ryzen 7 7700X. Very good CPU. I love this CPU. The Ryzen 7 or Ryzen 9 is where you want to be at if you want to get into video editing. Now, obviously not high-end video editing, but good video editing, stuff that won't take you forever and sitting there for hours trying to transcode. That's the biggest thing. And a lot of my content we do in 2K, and then we down convert to 1080p. And the reason for that is, number one, it gives us the ability to crop if we need to. So if you guys have been noticing a lot of the videos, we do a lot of cropping or zooming in now to give you guys a better field of view of what we're doing and how we're doing the content. So there's that. That's the CPU. RAM. Oh my gosh, Ramageddon. I don't know about you guys, but I miss the prices from back in the day, meaning what, January, February from last year. This is why I love Micro Center. So if you guys are watching, tag Micro Center, tell them, hey, what's up? Thank you for helping us have, thank you for just being awesome to their consumers and helping us out with buying stuff. This stuff is expensive. This is 32 gigs of RAM. Currently right now, 32 gigs of RAM is $484. All right. I'm not kidding. It's on here. $484 for 32 gigs of RAM. That is the labeled price on here. Now, if you go to Micro Center, you get a CPU, 32 gigs of RAM, and a motherboard. All right. $484, $200, and this CPU was, I believe, 190 bucks. That's 400, 500, 700, this is 900 bucks, just the three pieces right here. But Micro Center bundles everything. I paid 500 bucks for this. I paid $499.99. Pretty much the cost of the RAM. I got RAM, a CPU, and a motherboard. I don't know about you, but thank you, Micro Center, for not doing us dirty. That's all I gotta say. And again, everybody tag them because holy shiza, this is why this sucks right now. But hey, I got it. All right, so I went with the B650 motherboard. Nothing special. It's just going to be a basic video editing piece of hardware. The biggest factor that mattered to me was the M.2 slots and the 2.5 gig Ethernet port. So actually, let's open this up. I haven't even opened it yet. It's a nice board. Holy smoke, it's actually heavy. If you guys are just checking out my shorts, hopefully enjoy them because these are the Buc-ee's summer wear. I got these last year. So this is a pretty cool board. The B650 gaming from Gigabyte. It's got an M.2, another M.2. My biggest thing that I needed was 3 PCI Express ports. This is very important. So you'll see what I mean when I get to that part, but you'll see that. But my biggest thing that I needed was a 2.5 gig port. My network does support 2.5 gigabit or 2.5 gig speeds, and we're gonna need that for video editing later. Let's see what accessories we got. You got SATA cables, M.2 screws, Wi-Fi, which we're not even gonna need, spacers, rubber, more M.2 screws, a manual, more little rubber things for M.2, and a manual, which I might need to pin this case out. So, cool. We'll move that down below. Keep the motherboard right over here. Now, I'm all about being on a budget and trying to make this as price friendly as possible. So I have a used NVIDIA Quadro. This is not a gaming GPU at all. This is a workstation GPU. This is primarily going to be used so I can trick the network card that we're, how do you say? Is this my first build? No, I've built hundreds, thousands of PCs. So I'm walking you through this entire build. So we're going to use a Quadro, NVIDIA Quadro. This is strictly so I can trick the motherboard and my network that we're working remotely. Believe it or not, if you don't know how to trick your computer that you're working remotely, a lot of software doesn't work correctly. So a GPU helps this because we're gonna, tomorrow we get the the dummy port that we plug into this, and then this will trick the network that it thinks that we're going to be working in-house versus remotely. It's a really cool feature. If you guys ever want to learn how to do that, if you're into that kind of stuff, I can walk you guys more into that. All right, so there's that. Again, I had this. I picked this up for like 40 bucks on eBay. It works. 1 terabyte. I know this is crazy. It's a 1 terabyte mechanical drive. So I have 2 1 terabyte drives. I have 6, and I got these cheap. These are 6 M.2 NVMe drives. These are 512 gigs. I bought these in a bundle on eBay a while ago. Each one were like 10 bucks a pop. These are 512 gigs each. I got 6 of them because I was able to buy 10 for 100 bucks. I can't complain. So we're gonna actually use these a little differently than most people would use them for. It's not a lot of storage, believe it or not. That's what, 2 terabytes? And there's 6 of these, so technically it's 3 more. So technically I have 5 terabytes of storage. And give or take how you guys want to look at it, right? Let me see the comments on YouTube really quick. Dang it, banging. It's all right, buddy. It's all right. All right, so we're going to keep going. Now, we're using a Seasonic. I love Seasonic. These are probably one of the best power supplies out there. This is a 750 from Seasonic. Got a killer deal on it. It was 99 bucks. Can't complain. Got a water cooler from Montech. These are these are nice and cheap, and they just do what they need to do. They just pump water. They're really good at cooling stuff down. $99. Easy water cooler. It's a 360 AIO. This is going to be in a server rack case, so it's going to be running hot for a long time. So that's going to be great. That's going to be perfect for what I need. Again, not a lot of power is needed. I'm not running a big GPU. Next step. This is the bread and butter of my build right here. This is my M.2 controller. This is a 4-port M.2 that uses one of the PCI Express ports on the motherboard. This I'm super excited for. It looks like a big old GPU, but it ain't. It's just a hard drive controller for M.2s. That's it. And I'm still trying to finalize how am I going to use it 100%, because I am going to be looking for older M.2 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte cards, because it looks like a GPU. Isn't that crazy? But it's just a M.2. It's just a hard drive controller. It's very freaking cool. I'm going to open it up really quick. All right, cool. Just 6 Phillips screws. I just want to show you guys, this thing is built so well by ASUS. I am not even mad. This is a really nice product, and it's 89 bucks. It has an active cooler, so it has a fan built into it. So you don't have to worry about trying to get a fan cooler and get your storage cool. It does it already for you. So big old chonking piece of aluminum. This is a solid piece of aluminum. It's nice. I don't know about you guys. And then it's got the thermal pads all the way across here for 4 M.2s. Very, very nice. And if we look at the actual card itself, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now these aren't just any M.2s. These are Gen 4. So Gen 4, full speed on one card. You can get 4 drives on here. Now, my goal eventually will be to have probably 4 2 terabyte drives. Possibly, if I can afford it later in the future, maybe 4 terabyte drives on here, being used for video editing. But right now, I'm on a budget and I got stuff dirt cheap, so I'm gonna use what I can afford and use it to my full extent. Now, one thing you guys probably don't know or do know, and I'll give you guys a little lessons on motherboards. A lot of people, when you buy a board, there's very important factors involved when you buy a board. Number one, CPU and how many lanes of PCI Express it supports. Okay, that's number one. Number two, how many lanes of high-speed PCI Express does the board support and the CPU support? And the last and final one, what happens when you add multiple PCI Express cards? For example, M.2. M.2 is PCI Express. It is a lane taken off the CPU. You got a GPU. This uses PCI Express as well. That's another lane of traffic removed from the CPU. Every time you add something PCI Express, you remove a lane, of information from the CPU or the motherboard if you want to be more simplified. And every time you remove a lane, something happens in the background. Number one, you need to look up your manual on these boards, okay? The manual will tell you what happens when you add more than one PCI Express like card. If you add, say, one M.2 here, and then you add, say, this one has two more M.2s underneath this piece. If I add 1 and 2, what happens, this PCI Express 5 generation here can actually go back 16 times, okay, can drop down to 8 times. In other words, half its speed if you add all 3 M.2s on this board. This is one thing that a lot of people don't know about, and they're like, why is my computer so slow, or it's gotten slower and I added only more storage? This is the reason why. Now, here's the solution. Use a full speed PCI Express on your board instead of using these guys. A lot of times, the storage that you're using doesn't even use the full bandwidth. It just takes the lane. Get a controller that does a lot of the heavy lifting. Take a port, and now you can do all 4 slots on one slot, and you only use one lane of traffic. Now, I'm not 100% sure how much traffic that will take, but it's only one lane of traffic removed versus 3 lanes that you're using when you're using 3 M.2s. I'm going to be using 2 on here, and then 4 on here, and then 1 video card. I read the manual. The B650 will give you full speed on everything until you add a 3rd M.2, and then your PCI Express goes to half its bandwidth. Just so you guys understand. Read your manuals. Now, a lot of motherboards don't come with the big old Bibles that they used to. Go online, download the manual. It will give you a better breakdown on what it supports, okay? The next thing is, before I go to the next big, most important component here, that giant box next to me, higher end chipsets. So B650, I think it goes to X after B. The X, whatever the new chipset is, I don't even know off the top of my head, will give you more lanes of PCI Express. Then what happens, you can add more storage or more PCI Express cards without dropping the performance of other lanes, okay? That's why chipsets get higher and higher and higher, and they get more and more expensive. Just so you guys know. There's motherboards for $100, and there's motherboards that go for $1,000. There's reason for it, besides aesthetics. Just a heads up. I'm gonna read some comments, be right back. Is this a new build? You sent me a message. Where did you send it to, Wayne? Because my phone's being used right now. All right. Next, we did a micro connectors, pretty much an RGB PWM splitter. It's just a fan controller. The motherboard only has, I think, for 5 fans or 4 fans, and I need 6 fans in total to control this. I know 8 fans in total to control all the cooling on here. So this fan controller just goes into one port, and then I control up to 4 more, technically 6 more fans. Perfect. All right. This was 20 bucks, FYI. 3 more 120 mil fans. We're using Arctic. They're $11.99. These are fluid dynamic bearings. These go up to 3,000 RPMs, and they do about, what is this? Where's the CFM? 77 CFM. So these are pretty high flow fans. These do really, really well for what we're going to be building. And that's it. That's the entirety of the build. We're not trying to go crazy on anything, and we're not updating. This is a brand new PC with some used parts and new parts. All right, so we're gonna push this over. Now we're gonna get to the bread and butter of a server PC, the server case. This is a chonker of a case. This is a 4U case. All right. Oh, Messenger. Let me see if I can get that. Hold on. Where's my Facebook? Here it is. All right. So Wayne, they're not showing shipping labels to my house, by the way. None of this was shipped to my house. I actually went to Micro Center and bought all this. So these labels are not shipping labels to my home. So heads up, Wayne. Thanks for the heads up, though. Whenever I do buy stuff, I blur out all my shipping labels. Or when I order stuff online. I actually just came from San Diego. I drove there and back just recently. So I just saying, this is a case from Power Spec. And this case is a server case. This is not your typical computer build case where all the flashy lights and RGBs and stuff like that. No, this thing's boring. Like, it's a boring case. But if you're into building computers, then it's a cool case because it's a chunker. It's got handles so you can lug it around. Look at this thing. Kaplow. This is a dope case. If you guys know about server cases. Now this case was a little over my price tag, my budget. It's 230 bucks, I believe. But I needed it. I needed something that did exactly what I needed to do. And this did all of that and then some. So this case is actually designed for water cooling, which is why I wanted it really bad. Let's see where the keys are. So this is a water cooling server case, or a water cooled server case. Standoffs, there's the manual. Throw that away. My rails for the rack, my screws for the rack, and that's it. Where the hell are the keys? Oh, here they are. Whoo, I was like, no, this was brand new. All right. Oh, that's cool. This is actually like my first official, like legit case, like server case. Right here, we'll see this is a fan mount right here. And you mount the fan in there. And then you got another one over here. Oh, it's so cool. You just slide the fan in, and then you got two fans, 120 millimeter fans to be exact. My power, my reset, my network light, my second network light, USB 3.0s on the front. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little bit of a chub. I love this stuff. So, yeah. If you guys start seeing a rising star, I'm sorry. I love tech. All right, so we're gonna open the top. Because, oh, this is where all the magic happens. Whoo-wee, I love that. That's a schmexy case. Okay, so this is like why I love this case so much. It's super simple to build in. Got your motherboard, power supply. You got your connectors here. You got an intrusion switch, so if someone opens this up, the alarm will sound. Two fan controllers. You got a USB front panel and a front control panel. 1, 2, 3 mechanical drive bays on top. And then, oh, this is why I bought it. It fits, the entire front end of this fits a 360 millimeter radiator on the front of this. That's why I got this unit. You can fit a big old water cooler right on top. I mean, right here in the front. You should see my other server. I destroyed that thing. Like, that thing is like, I made my own water cooler and everything. It's showing. Why are you looking? All right, so first step here is to remove these screws here on top. Now, if you guys are big into tech, I'm huge into tech. I just don't show it. Hit up Linus. Can someone tag Linus Tech Tips for me? I would love one of their screwdrivers. You know, I use this, iFixit kit, but oh my God, look how cool it is. That's so cool. Look at this. Legit, it's a cage for your radiator. Your radiator just goes, and you put your 3 fans over here, and then the other 3 fans on this side. But you can only put 2 because the third one is in the way of this controller. So you only get 2 fans, which is kind of sad, but you get 3 on the other side, which still is, oh, this is so dope. This is so dope. I love this design. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I get giddy. All right. First things first, motherboard. We're gonna mount the motherboard, not yet. I keep jumping ahead of myself. I keep jumping. See, we gotta do a post test. We gotta make shit works. You know? Put this down here really quick. Gotta build a PC and make sure it works. First things first, El Boxo on Topo. Second, we're gonna mount a motherboard on El Topo El Boxo, just like that. Pop this guy open, put that back, no bent pins. Ooh, I think I have some thermal pasta, yes. All right. it. There's a little corner here that this goes on. Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Pop that open. That pops off. All right. Yay, CPU's installed. Okay. Can't put the cooler in until we put the motherboard in, but we're gonna do a janky cooler install because we need to make sure it boots. Next step is RAM. Unfortunately, they gave me RGB RAM, so I hate RGB with a passion. My computer case came with it. I love the case. I didn't care for the RGB, but you know what? It is what it is. Wait, hold on. First, A2 and B2. All right. There's that. Now, I wish I could get more RAM. 32 gigs is kind of the sweet spot for video editing. I would prefer 64 gigs, but $500 for another 32 gigs is not on my to-do list. I'd rather spend it on hard drives, to be honest. All right, so RAM, CPU installed. Next step is we need a GPU. Okay, GPU installed. Next is a power supply. Now, if you ever build a PC, please, please, for the love of God, never build it inside a case. Never build your PC ever inside a case, ever. It's the worst thing you could do. Can anybody on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube tell me why would it be a really dumb idea or a smart idea to build your PC in a case? Anybody, really quick, tell me why would you do it? What Windows I'm gonna run, or what OS? I'm gonna be running Windows, unfortunately, because the video software we use only runs on Windows. But Windows 11 Pro. So why would you need to build a PC outside of the case before you build it in your case? Anybody have any reasons why? Easier to break shit? No, that's not the reason why. Not at all. Come on. Can anybody tell me why you should build it outside of the case before you put it inside the case? What's it say over here? I cut my finger on my PC case, blood everywhere. No, that's not a reason for it. Make sure you get everything seated before you screw it. Nope, not at all. We want to do a post-test. Post-test, we got to make sure your hardware actually works. Because what if the motherboard is faulty and you put it all in a case? Take it all apart. You gotta un-F yourself. No, don't do that. This is like the fastest way to build a PC without any effort. It's just build it outside of the case. That's it. These are ugly cables. I'm not a fan of these individually braided cables. But whatever. Gosh. I'm literally building a PC on a cardboard box. GPU. There you go, CPU one. And this is how you're supposed to do it, FYI. Just for all your information, this is how you're supposed to build a PC before you actually build a PC. All right, we're missing one more cable. That's video card, CPU. Here you go. So new generation CPUs require 2 8-pin connectors. Hopefully you guys know that. The higher end the CPU, the more power it needs, the more connectors you're gonna need. Just shooting that out there, guys. All right. All right, we got power, we got connection, we got everything except for the last thing. We need an extension cord. Oh, we got the wrong workbench for this process. Ay, ay, ay. I rushed this, but it's okay. I just wanted to post. But I don't know if we'll get it to post without a visual. That's the big problem. I don't have my other surge protector with me to plug in all my 2 accessories. We just need a monitor and like a jigger. But this is what we're gonna do. All right. CPU doesn't have a cooler on it. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna turn it on to see if the board turns on. And then I'm gonna find a extension cord, and then we're gonna get a monitor plugged in with the heatsink. But let's see, power, here we go, power switch, these two right here. Nope, nothing happened. Maybe it's the other way. And look at that, we got lights. We got a fan going, we got that going. We're not gonna get any more than that because we don't have a fan plugged into the CPU. So it won't allow us to post, but we got power. We know that things turn on. The next step here is I gotta find a outlet. I think I have an outlet right there. And then a DisplayPort cable, which I have out of my monitor. Let me see if I can get this going quick for us. But yeah, we got a working machine now. We just need a monitor working. Let's see. Yeah, this is an old monitor. This will do just fine. All right. This is kind of the stuff you guys need to be ready for, like me. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. So, monitor. We need a power cord for said monitor and a DisplayPort cable. And then we can do a quick post test. Arthur, come on, Art. You know better. We can power it on with a screwdriver. Don't be giving me that. This guy. I'm just trying to get a DisplayPort cable right now, which is on the back of this monitor. Nope. Which one is it? Oh, geez. Give me a second, guys. The one I have that needed is not easy to get to. Now I gotta like fish it out of my case. The camera close to the table is laggy. Yeah, I don't know why. It's kind of been bugging me lately. Do I have an extra one in here? No, that's HDMI. Nope. Lame. All right, back to what I was doing. Just trying to get these monitors. I have them daisy chained. And I have a zip tie attached to one of them. Oh. This is why I try to get prepared for this, and then I didn't get prepared. And then I ran out of time preparing. So I had to go live because I want to go to bed early tonight. But it's not working. But we're going to make it work. I promise you guys. Just bear with me. I make it always work. There we go. Look how easy that was. Problem el salvo. Good night, Wayne. All right. That part's taken care of. Now we need video to GPU. Just like that. Come on over here. Plug it in underneath this guy. Once we have that, I grab my power cord. Plug it into the wall, right behind my 3D printers. You know, if I was prepared, it'd be so much better. All right. But check this out, guys. Check this out. Problem solved. Bam. Now I just don't want the water cooler to fall. That would suck so bad. But this is how I jankify everything. All right. How do you turn this on without a case? That's easy. How's your health, buddy? Really good. How's everything? Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, grab a flathead screwdriver, something actually made of metal. Find your jumper post here. Look for the PWR, which stands for power. We're going to touch the two terminals. And if they don't kick on, it's probably because the power switch is off. We're going to kick it back on. And now you'll see the PC just turns right on. Lights are on, camera, action, yay. And then we're going to get ready to turn this off. We just want to see if the screen posts. If it posts, then we're good to go. Now we might get an error because RAM. I already saw the error right here. And it wasn't seated all the way. Let's try this again. Oh crap. Reset switch right here. Boop. Oh no, that doesn't work. It's just an actual reset switch. It's not an on and off switch. Let's see here. It might not work because it needs to do memory training. DDR5 requires memory training, so I might have to attach the water cooler to this setup before I go any further. I don't think I'm going to make it before this thing gets too toasty. Yeah, it's going to get too toasty. Let's turn it off. That sucks because I keep forgetting DDR5 needs memory training, and you got to kind of give it about 2 to 3 minutes before it actually can turn on all the way. Well, we're in a step in the right direction. We are, how do you say, we are posting halfway. Obviously, I can't confirm 100% because things, you know, things. All right. Yeah, most people will just build a PC and just call it, say it works. But that's the magic of video editing, right? I'm doing this live. I'm doing it on the spot. I'm not going to edit anything. This is raw dog, you know, full on build. So I'm halfway. I have a 50-50 chance that this is going to post and it's going to work. I do know it turns on. I do know that we get everything else that works. What I don't know if it's going to post 100% because DDR5 requires memory training, and memory training takes about 2 minutes, and I can't run a CPU for 2 minutes without a heatsink on it. So we're gonna take this bad boy off. This ain't like the old days where you can just plug it in and it immediately boots. Right, Arthur? The good old days when PCs just worked immediately. Don't worry, we're gonna make it work right now. Let's build it. Let's build this guy. All right. Let's get this case back in here. All right. First things first, find all your accessories for this case. Right here, for the MB, for the motherboard. We have standoffs. There's these little metal things that pretty much don't let you mount the motherboard directly to steel or metal. Why? Because it'll short out. We don't want to short out anything. All right. And then we have the screws specific for that motherboard. And then we'll show you guys here really quick. You'll see here, they don't have a picture of what's ATX, BTX, ITX, or ITX. It's just, they're already made here. We are using a standard ATX board, meaning, I'll show you what screws are needed. When you guys mount your board in place, you're gonna line it up to down here. And you're gonna find all the holes that line, the screws that line up. So everything that's pretty much in this row here, and then 1, 2 on that row. It's kind of hard to show you 100%, but you'll see what I mean right now. So everything that was on this row here, this guy, now what could happen if you do this wrong? I'll tell you right now, you don't want to do this wrong. For any reason you mount the board incorrectly and the board touches one of these actual pins on here, like these screws touch an actual pin, go buy a new board. You just shorted out your computer. It's not that hard to ruin a PC. So the only 2 screws I have left is this guy. I don't know if it's this one or this one. I think it's the one on the end, but I feel, and then I think it's this guy here, but we're gonna find out right now. Now I could have made this easier. I just noticed I can unscrew the dang plate. This whole screw panel comes right out. I just noticed that, but I'm already way too deep into this. I'm not gonna do that. And grab this one more time. So we got this guy over here, this one over here, and then we got the one in the middle. So 1, One there. I'm probably going to bring the cameras over here to the other side so you guys can see, have a better view of what I'm doing. There's camera one. Let me unplug this stuff over here. That way I don't crack a monitor just for fun, you know? Now I have to do this because I need more videos edited faster. And I need to make sure my tools, or the tools for my video editor, meet her requirements. Right? You guys can see that. Look at that. Oh, so much better. Okay. Back again here. This one has a little tilt to it. Oh crap. No, sorry, TikTok. Oh no. No, he lost it. Accidentally turned off TikTok. There we go. Hey, there you go. Not much better. Yeah, you guys can see the build, the actual build process now. Now more distance building. We're missing 3 screws. There's three standoffs. This guy here, this one here, and this one right here. This one's a little. These are a little bit more annoying because of where they're placed. So if you scoot your board back this way, we got this one here. And then we're going to go back. We got the one in the middle. This guy here. And the last one is on this corner, which I believe is this guy right here. Okay. Now that you have all your standoffs in place, we got to tighten them down really nice and tight so they can hold in place. Arthur's commenting, I believe. Yep. What? You're not on DDR3, Art. I saw you build a freaking brand new PC. You're such a liar. Such a liar. I don't believe you. Send me a picture of your proof of what you're actually on right now. Because I call BS on that, buddy. Anyways, how you been? All right, so we're going to tighten these guys down really snug. These aren't coming out for anything anytime soon. All right. Mounted. Make sure you pull these. All right. Everything should line up on this side beautifully. Everything should line up here beautifully. If it's all done and you're very comfortable with it, you can get your screwdriver, which I just had here. Here we go. And we're going to mount our screws. I always mount the center first. Now I go all the way down. Once I feel it stop, I just give it a little tug, no more than that. A lot of guys like to torque these down. I don't know why. It's a PC. It sits in a stationary spot and it doesn't move. You just need to get it mounted. It's not going anywhere. If you guys are trying to go above and beyond, go for it, you know? Give that sucker the titan of its life, but I'm just saying why. Now, the only thing I'm sad about is I don't know if I can hook this up to the speaker port, because this is a case intrusion sensor. So the moment this goes and opens, it sounds an alarm, more likely shutting the unit down, but I'm not 100% sure on that actually. Next step is the M.2. So we have that guy removed, and then these two. Now remember what I told you guys, if I put 3 M.2s in here, I will lose performance. But if I put 2, nothing gets affected. And I'll show you why I'm only going to do 2, because you guys, whoever tuned in last, well, you'll see. All right. So the one I want to definitely put in this slot is this 512 Gen 3 by 4. This guy right here is going to get that drive. Now it needs a screw that goes there. They gave me a bunch of those, that's for sure. With the standoff as well, but I don't need the standoff, I just need the screw. Now, one thing you will notice with a lot of these, they have a rubber bushing that you can put in between to keep this pressed on. So when you take this guy off, you'll see there's a little heat pad on here. Some of these like to bow easily. I don't think this one is. Yeah, this one's good. Not too much pressure. Now, depending on the chipset on the actual M.2, it might cause a problem. But in this scenario, I think we're going to be okay. Now, that's a Generation 5 port. I don't have Generation 5, so. And this is why I keep talking about where traffic gets moved, right? For example, this one, so this Gen 5 runs on the CPU. It even says it right here. It's labeled M.2 CPU. That pulls the traffic from the CPU. This guy, M.2 CPU. It pulls that lane of traffic from here. But check this one out. M.2 SB, South Bridge Controller. It actually pulls this M.2 from the controller. Why? Because it's pulling too many lanes of traffic from the CPU, so it's going to split it off another device. More than likely, these guys right here, these PCI Express ports are probably sharing this lane here. So these PCI Express are sharing this M.2 slot. So if I put a third one, it will probably pull bandwidth in here and from here sometimes. So that's how I was talking about when we were talking about bandwidth limitations on CPUs and all that, or motherboard chipsets. This is why I mentioned that. That's how important it is. All right, next step. RAM. I'm probably gonna mount my fans now right over here. Oh no, my other M.2. Now I'm actually looking at my M.2s here, and I have them where they're labeled PCI Express Gen 3 or Gen 4, and then the slower ones are gonna go in the controller. it is. So now you get an extra screw for that one. There you are. It's so annoying. They give you this giant bag for this tiny little screw. Instead, why don't you just give me like a little container with all the screws inside of it? I think it'd be a lot easier. Okay. Pull the thermal pad for that one. Don't need the other one because we're not going to that. We're not going to use that guy. Okay, 2 M.2s. GPUs going in here. We'll put that in that last. We do have 2 SATA drives that need to go inside, so make sure those cables are in there. I know, you're like, ew, SATA drives, so gross, mechanical. You know what? It's 2026. Mechanical drives are making a comeback. Why? Because it's cheap. So much cheaper than M.2 right now. And then now we got to wire up our front board, our front panel controller, and our USB 3.0, which goes over here. So 3.0, pretty standard. What I love about this board, everything's colored and coordinated for you to mount and get done. All the cables are correctly labeled. So we got like the power LED, the power switch, the HD LED, the Intel NIC. Oh, that's the network adapter LED, which I don't have because we're using onboard network, so we don't have a light, unfortunately, for this. I wish we did. That would have been super cool. And the reset switch. Since we're not using a server case, I mean a server motherboard, we don't have an intrusion option, so that's kind of disappointing. A little sad, but hey, whatever works, you know. All right. We don't need front panel audio because we don't care for audio, so we're not worried about that. Now we're gonna go through here. Take my glasses off because I read better without my glasses. So the first 2 is the power LED, which is these guys right here. Wham bam. The next 2 is the power switch, which is this guy right here. All right. Next one is the reset switch because we don't have any other lights. We can put the hard drive switch because we actually do have mechanical drives. So we can get that in there. And then the last one, which is the reset switch, which will allow us to pretty much reset the PC, which is right next to this guy right here. Now, next to it, we have speaker, power LED. Wait, there's 2 power LEDs on this thing? And then we have the CMOS, clear CMOS. That's interesting. Well, we're not going to mess with that anymore. So apparently there's 2 power switches in this one, 2 power lights. I'm not going to play with that. All right, so this is wired in. Our USB ports are wired in. We have our SATA cables ready to go. We're not going to touch anything else. We have one. And then where's the other one? It's supposed to be another fan header right here. So we have one here, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's it. They don't, like I said before, they give us very, very, very little fan control here. Thank goodness I bought a fan controller, because this would have sucked if I didn't have it. Next one, we're going to mount the power supply. We are going to lead in with some extra cables. I am going to need, since I'm going to be upgrading to more hard drives later, I'm going to be adding another, replacing the 1 terabytes, and probably the mechanical ones are probably going to upgrade to 8 terabyte drives. So 3 8 terabytes, and then we're going to have the M.2. So we should have more power coming into here. So I want to make sure we have more SATA power adapters. Later down the road, when we can afford it, we can increase pretty much video editing performance by adding a dedicated GPU, like a NVIDIA, like a small, not a high-end NVIDIA, something like probably like a RTX 3060 or a 5060, nothing like crazy powerful, nothing that requires a lot of power, or even a 9060, just a basic 9060 GPU. Again, you're all stating, oh, that's just basic. Yeah, it is basic. 9060 is as basic as it gets, and that's like a $200, $300 GPU. But it will be needed as you progress with more performance needed down the road. Some software does utilize hardware acceleration using a GPU versus your onboard CPU. And if that's the case, you might as well do it, because you will benefit like drastically. Okay. I'll leave this guy. Again, I will leave it in the actual case. The needed power cords that for upgrading to higher end connectors. Not higher end connectors, a GPU down the road. My GPU that we're using is only a little 50 watt. It uses very little power. This is 50 or 65 watt, runs off the motherboard. Not much power needed. So we're going to run this guy in here. This is a very old school style case because it's a server case. We're pushing and pulling air this way. These fans are extremely fast 80 millimeter fans, extremely loud 80 millimeter fans. So be ready for that when we turn that sucker on. These are not meant to be quiet. They're meant to pull as much air as humanly possible. You know, Seasonic, you didn't give me my screws. Screw you, Seasonic. Or did I put them on the side? No. No screws. Oh, here they are. See, I lied. I love you, Seasonic. Thank you for the screws. A bunch of zip ties. Thank you, Seasonic, for the zippy ties. All right. Now, one thing I do is never put the screws all the way in. I get all my screws started, and then I start getting them all in afterwards. This just gives me the ability to get them all in nice and straight. Okay. Take this out of the picture. Leave that. Gonna be important. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's all in a box for later. Don't need that. Later, 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 later. All right. Okay. Water cooler. Let's get that going. Actually, no. GPU. Let's see here. We're in this little portion. Again, this has no like high-end performance whatsoever. This is just a video card to give you video. That's all it does. It's like a 6 gig or 8 gig Quadro M2000. This is still worth decent money, but it's not a, it's a workstation GPU. It has no other purpose. So heads up. We're going to be putting in our 4 M.2 controller after we get the unit booted. We're not going to do that during this whole process because we want to make sure we get the right hard drive posted to the board first before we get the controller turned on. All right, next step is these 2 fans in the front. Let's turn this case around. So we're here now. We're on this side of the case. We're getting ready to mount our fans. There's 2 120 mils that go in here. Now we're bringing air in and then over to the exhaust ports. Not the other way around, okay? Now we want to pay attention to our rotation on the fan. If we just spin the fan without even looking at the blades, just spin the fan, air is coming out this way. So we want the fan to be pointing this way. So you'll see the back of this fan. Here's the front of the fan. This fan is sucking air in, coming out this way. So we want the air to come in that way. Now, orientation of the cable is vital. Believe it or not, I'm not a fan of cables going up. I like them down and then underneath. This is really cool. Oh, this is like my favorite part of this case. You open these and they got a little port to take the fan in. You can just yank the fan out and then clean it if you have to. Okay, so this goes in like this, slides into this little cartridge style. Oh, it's a grill. Oh, I gotta show you that. Oh, that's so cool. I was wondering why I was struggling to pull that fan out. All right, so they give you a bunch of standard fan screws. These guys right here, these are pretty much just standardized fan screws, nothing special. Right here. So this is a power spec PC case. This case is pretty much strictly for server building. If you're really building a server, this is what we're doing, you know? Let me get a better screwdriver for this. I am in my shop, by the way. Why not get something that doesn't let me struggle so much? This case was about 230 bucks. And it's designed for water cooling. This is a case that requires water cooling. Do not build around this without water cooling in mind. This is designed for a 360 AIO, an all-in-one unit. And we'll show you that in just a minute. So one of my favorite features already about this case, well, like my next favorite feature is how you can keep stuff clean. I'm actually probably gonna buy this case again for my server that's back there. Change it up. You see this? Like, check this out. It's got a screen. I can clean. Look at that. Oh, just like that. I can just pop it open, pull the filter, clean it. That is so dope. You guys don't understand. Like, that is such a good feature. So this comes off. Mount another fan. There we go. I'll clean up my mess after we're done with this. Come on, this box is well, okay. Come on. It's like guten tight, man. All right, same thing. Make sure fan is sucking air in, pushing air out. If that's how it's gonna work, we make sure it does that. And we gotta put our cable down below. Now, I don't like how this, come on, get in there. Okay, you'll see here the fan is gonna put this cable this way. I think I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's not gonna bug me as much. I thought it was gonna bug me a lot. It's not. Okay. You guys will see all my wire management and my management skills. They're actually not too shabby. I kind of like my skills on that. All right, all 4 screws are in. Now we tighten them down. Now, there is a downside of having this cable on this side. I can already see it, and it's already gonna bug me. We'll see right now how much it's gonna bug me when we get there. But we'll see. I got my little grill here. Oh, it's so cool. And that goes in there. This goes back in here. So that's not what's bugging me. What's gonna bug me, it depends on where I put that controller. Okay, that's fine. We're good, we're still good, we're still doing good. Next step is, we got our new two 120s in here. We're pushing air in, got it? So we're going in. Next step is the water cooler. And then we gotta mount the 3 fans on that guy. And then that guy's gonna be pushing, pulling 3 more fans worth of air. And then we're gonna mount the CPU cooler, and then we actually will be able to do a post test. Trying to get this box open. Like I need a box cutter of some sort. My fish knife. There we go. Jeez, this thing is massive. I keep forgetting how big 360 mil radiators are. A lot of accessories. All right. So here's our water cooler. Fans already mounted. Amazing. But are they mounted in the direction that we need them? No, they're not. Ah, that sucks. So you'll see here, they're mounted to push air out in this direction. We have to flip the fans over to pull the air out. So currently they are in the wrong direction. Ah, that sucks. But, a big old booty butt. Big old booty butt, what, big old booty, what, booty, booty. We just want to make sure this works. Yeah, that mounts correctly where it needs to, it goes where it needs to be. But I'm annoyed, thoroughly annoyed that I have to remove all those fans and then flip them around so they can work. Yeah. What am I building up? A PC. All right, so yeah, that's complete BS. The you know, if you tell me, that's already an annoyance. They should have just not mounted the fans, but whatever. All right, well, let's get to work and taking this apart and flipping the fans around. All right. So here, hear my disappointment. All right, so we're gonna grab all these guys, and we're just literally just gonna flip them upside down because they're on the wrong orientation. Okay, so we're just gonna grab, we're gonna double check because how they have it wired should be fine. Yeah, we're good. Because we're already pushing air in. Hey, what's going on, Panchito? So we're already having air going in, right? From the case in the front. But we need to keep pushing air out. So if we had these fans in the other orientation, it would have been sucking air in, kind of having air going this way and air going this way, and just doing this, and it just make things hotter. We need to make sure we push air, and then these three are gonna pull the air out into the case. Once it's in the case, the two 80mm fans in the back, which spin at a ridiculous speed, by the way, they're just gonna suck the air out and call it done. That's how the PC is gonna be cooled. So just wanted you guys to show you, you know, the unfortunate chain of events right now for mounting this, but no biggie. We just gotta unscrew and screw things all back in, right? And to me, the more airflow, the better. When it comes to this scenario of a PC build, depending on your PC build, obviously, is gonna make a difference. You guys are gonna notice that I'm not using a crazy high-end CPU. It's just a Ryzen 7700X. It's a Ryzen 7. It's not a super powerful PC. I mean CPU. This PC is not doing gaming. It has zero purpose for gaming. This is sheerly just a video editing PC. Do I mine Bitcoin? No, I do not mine Bitcoin. Who the hell's been mining Bitcoin nowadays? No one's doing that. It's a waste of time and money. All right. You mine all types of coins. I used to mine coins as well. I used to have a $100,000 mining rig in my garage, or mining rigs. I had about 30 rigs in my garage mining coins. But once coins died, there was no purpose in doing it, especially with the cost of electricity exploding up in value. I was having a reverse effect in cost. So yeah, mining, Bitcoin mining or coin mining in general is a total scam now because you can't make money off of it due to the poor efficiency. Now, if you don't pay much for electricity or you steal electricity, it's a whole different story. You might be winning, you might be on top. But if you're paying the electric bill and you're mining Bitcoin on some basic ass rigs, you ain't making money. I'm telling you that right now. You know, I was making good money. I was making almost $1,000 a day mining on my rigs when Ethereum wasn't, so volatile right now. When Ethereum was a set value and you're able to mine it, I was able to mine tons of different coins using the Ethereum algorithm for mining. But now there's no reason to mine anything. The last good mining algorithm was it Batcoin? Bitcoin? I forgot what it's called. It was another B coin, and they failed too. So why bother? All right, now that we're pulling air out and we're sucking air in, we're good to go to set up our rig now and mount this. Now this guy is going to be going to our PWM controller for the fan header on the CPU function. And then here's the pump one. This is the pump one that, so you'll notice I use up a fan header. That's what happens when you have an AIO unit. You technically use 2 fan headers for 1 fan, essentially. The good news is that since they daisy chained these for me on 1 fan header, this is going to work out for us. So we can actually use that, and I don't have to use so many fans or a fan controller. I might not have to need my fan controller now. Todd Mooksing. Ow, what's going on? All right, now that we mounted that, remember this guy? Here's the cage for the AIO. Now, this is why we had to make sure this was mounted the way it's mounted, because fans out this way. You'll notice here's the cage. Here are the lines that go into it. If we slide this in, make sure the cables all feed into that. If not, make sure they fit where they're supposed to fit. See, I'm not a fan how this is. See, these 2 fit and then these 2 didn't fit after they fell into place. So we gotta yank this guy out, tuck these in here. I'm anal on some of this stuff. I shouldn't have to be, but I am, and I'm going to be. I spend money. I want it to look really nice and cute, even though I'm never going to look at this because it sits inside a cabinet. Calm down, calm down. Got someone else commenting. Give me a second here. It's Damien. What's up, Damien? Alonzo's waiting for you, by the way, fool. All right, now that this is already mounted, we're not really mounted, it's set in place. We're going to hopefully get the screws to fit. So I can already see there's a small chiquitito problem, muy chiquitito, but it's there. And the problem is the screws line up. They line up, half of them, and the other half don't. And it's probably because of these guys right here. These guys are pushing the screws down. Are you still in Cali? Nah, buddy. I left. I was on the road about a week. Well, 4 days. So, but I think we found the stuff you wanted. We've been cleaning my shipping container, aka my little warehouse. Because I'm organizing stuff, because I'm getting ready to sell a bunch of stuff. Come on. Here we go. All right, so what we're going to do is pull these guys out, kind of up and over, to allow, there we go, it to shimmy up and down. Don't sell those. Yeah, I won't sell your stuff. Don't worry. Well, the stuff that you want. Sorry. Cool. That was the solution. That solved the problem. Where's my AIO stuff? AIO, AIO, AEIOU. These are motherboard screws. These are not. They don't give you extra screws to mount this stupid thing. What a joke. Let's see if these work. Yee, Power Spec PC, you guys failed me today. And we'll see if this works, because I'll have to use different screws to mount this. And they don't even fit. Dang. I might actually have to look for screws. I need motherboard screws to mount this. Yep. And I wasn't given extra to mount this AIO. I was given this stuff, just enough to mount the AIO, but not to mount it in a case with extra screw fans. So dumb. Puras fallas contigo, Montec. Let's see here. That's that. Those screws. Don't need those. Don't need that. Let's see if these will work. You don't need many. You just need 4. So let's see if these will work. Oh, buddy. Power supply screws work. All right. We are now cooking. And then we just need one here in the middle because it's just extra. All right. So solve that little problem. One victory at a time. All right. So you'll see here, 3 fans pulling. We have two 120s pushing. I can't get a third one, unfortunately, because it's blocked by my power switch and my USB ports. No big deal. We have our three hard drive caddies right here. So we're going to get this mounted. I don't even know if they gave me screws for that. I don't think they did. Because, well, maybe these are it. Let's see. I'll wait. I won't call them out yet. Yeah, these work. All right, we'll mount those after the fact. So these might work just fine. So next step here is to mount the rack inside the case. And then we're going to get the rest of the equipment mounted. Got more comments. Let's see. Yeah, Damian Alonso has it. Not the test server. He has the full game. It's not. Make sure he opens up Ubisoft Connect. It's not on Steam. It's on Ubisoft Connect on his PC. Sorry, Damien. All right. So we're going to put this down here for a minute. We're going to bring the case up. We're going to grab these cables and just slide them all out of the way. Okay. Before we actually mount the water cooling unit, we have to get ready to get the bracket ready for the AM5 CPU. Now they do give us brackets in here. We're going to see if we need an actual bracket or not. Well, that's cool. We have something. We have a thing for that. LGA, Intel. This is all Intel junk. Don't need that. AM4 and AM5. Here we go. Intel, more likely for that. Intel. Okay. Now we need our manual. All right, let's see. Intel, AMD. What? No. Hold on. No, we have to actually put it behind the board. No. This is bull. This is actually my first water cooler unit that requires me to remove the back plate of the motherboard. As you can see right here on these instructions, we need the little metal plate that goes inside on the back of the motherboard, on the top of the motherboard. And then here's the back of the plate that wants me to sandwich it. Wow, that's annoying. That is so annoying. Are you kidding me? Oh wait, no. Oh no, it's not. Okay. I'm actually very the diagram is just deceiving. Okay. Oh, jeez. I was almost gonna panic, honestly. I was almost gonna panic. I will confirm this right now. Hold on. Okay. So there's that. It says I need this little metal bracket. It doesn't show it sandwiched. It just shows it. Like this. What? So it shows it like this. No, that is dumb. That is so dumb. This is not even on here. Oh, wait. Ay, ay, ay. See, I'm a little tired. I'm getting a little tired. Let's see here. No, we do this first. Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. These go first. I almost panicked there, you know? No, the mounting bracket does not go on the back of the board. I almost panicked though. Okay. And then this goes on here like this. And then they give you a bunch of extra screws for some reason. And then we have this right here. These are what hold the tension down on here. Okay. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, now I'm going to put the bracket for the water cooling assembly right in here. Everything else is going to kind of chill down underneath this. I need these cables to come out this way. We're not going to be cable managing yet. We're not there at that state yet. Not gonna lie, this looks pretty intense. Now this is gonna suck. As you guys can see how sucky this is gonna be wire managing underneath all this stuff. Oh man, I can already hear. Whatever. You know what? Whatever. Ah, that's what this is for. See? See? The manual is so not descriptive in this way at all. I want to see. Okay, it's this stick. Okay. Here. I want you guys to see this so I'm not showing you guys I'm not crazy. It says put this on top of this, on top of these, on top of the board, and then it shows us this plate right down here. If I didn't look at this diagram down here, I would honestly assumed it needs me to remove this plate to install these screws underneath this plate to put this plate on top where this sits on top of it. Not at all. In any way, shape, or form, that diagram explains that. What it explains is use the factory plate on your factory board, remove everything else, slide this metal plate inside of here, and then put the plate on top and then screw it all down. And it didn't say that. But you know what? Figure it out, you know? I mean, what do you expect for $100? All right, so AMD's do have a random hotspot. Only works for AMD because Intel don't stack mount plates. Yeah. Okay. Now you're going to do this in the kind of a cross pattern all the way down till you feel it stop. Don't go any further. And do the next one all the way down. Stop. Don't go any further. Okay. Now we have these, which really cool. They gave me little gajiggers for making it look nice inside the case. A random tube thingy. I think this is for the water. But they gave me this. I like this. This is cool. It's just a little separator. They give you two of them. I just like that. That just looks freaking clean. It's not needed, honestly, but I like it. Just keeps the tubes nice. I might actually steal these and use it on my other case. But I like how it separates them. It just keeps them nice and separated. The lid's gonna sit right on top of it. It's completely covered. Oh no, 3-4 turns per quarter till you reach snug, then stop, and yeah, that's right. Did you not do it in a cross pattern? Yeah, I went here, 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 and here. That's cross pattern. Not in a circle. I went this one first, second, third, and fourth. Cross pattern. I mean, it's a square, so it's only going 4 directions. I mean, there's only so many. It's just, you know. But yeah, you turn it until it hits snug, and then you go to the next one. Turn it until you hit snug, and go to the next one. Turn it until you hit snug, and go to the next one. Don't go, and then, no, no, no. It just, once there's tension, you're set. The springs that are on these screws keep the constant tension. Oh, no, yeah. Don't worry, man. You joined in. You asked the right question. It's all right. It's all right. So now we got this mounted, water cooler cooling. We're going to get the next step here. Let's see if we get you a little bit further back. You guys on TikTok. There you go. That might, I don't know, that's too far back. There you go. Cooler done. Now we got to do the fans. I'm not going to deal with that right now. What I want to do is post test this to make sure it works. I tried to do a bench test, but it didn't work because the CPU was, I keep, like I said earlier, DDR5 requires memory test adaptation, and that takes about 2 to 3 minutes to do before you actually get your first initial boot. I might as well have water and everything else in here going. So this is the pump. So we're gonna put that in there. And then where's the one for this guy? No, that's the front one. This is why I don't like these cases, because you don't get a lot of fun wire management options. We're going to see that in a little bit and how to improve it. I'll show you guys a couple ways to improve wire management inside these cases. Oh wait, let's do this one first. Come on. All right. So water pump is running. Don't worry about the other crap that's in here right now. We got water pump. We got the main front fans plugged in and powered. We got a 24 pin, and we also got our CPU power. we should be ready to go. Yep, all the zip ties. Yeah, well, this case is not your typical case. Wait until you see how I manage the wiring on this, and then you'll understand why I do the things the way I do certain things. Oh, it's got a flip case. I love it. No, no, no. Let me now get a janky monitor set up here. And make sure we post, and then we can go forward on the next portion of this process. So here's my monitor. This time I'm just gonna set it on top. I'm not gonna even bother with trying to display it for you guys. I got a pile of trash underneath me. It's all right. It'll be all cleaned up in just a moment. All right. Let's hit power. Oh, not yet. We need actual power from the power supply. There we go. All right. Bam, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. We got power. Sorry. All right, so it's running, but the fans aren't moving. I hear the pump, but I'm not getting anything else. So let's give it a minute. And fans going on the GPU. We still got the pump. Right now it's on which? It's on VGA, so it's on this right now. It's currently giving me not an error for it, but this is where it's posting. Let's see. Let's give it some time. Come on, baby. Maybe the GPU didn't seat all the way. I hear the pump going, so I'm okay with that right now. All right, let's turn this off. So it's not doing the RAM adaptation right now. Let's see if we need to reseat the GPU. There's one thing that you will learn quickly, especially on video cards and motherboard cases, they don't sit 100% flush inside the case. A lot of them don't like to sit in here nice and flush. All right, let's try this again. So DRAM, VGA, Please, 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 please work. Please work. Everything on my portion. So the previous error we got was DRAM for, well, not DRAM, the RAM itself, and it stopped at RAM. And now we are stuck at the VGA, so the GPU pretty much, is currently the next issue. That's kind of weird. Another weird issue is the fans aren't going on the water cooler. So that's giving me kind of a little bit of a nervous breakdown. We'll find out in just a minute. Usually we give it a minute or two for the RAM to adapt. If it's not adapting, then it's not the RAM that's currently the issue. There's something else wrong. I know this GPU works. I had it in another computer just recently. You need a motherboard? I hope not. I hope not. Yes, who's that saying? Kenny gated test. Hey, I mean, again, I hope not. If not, I have to go drive 3 hours to go swap it out. So that's kind of like I don't want to do. Let's see. We're gonna take this out. We're gonna see if it allows us to do a post via just the motherboard. Sometimes it'll allow us just to do a post with just the board itself. Come on. Okay, take out the GPU. Try that. Next step. All right, so we got RAM, VGA, and nothing. We're going to try to do a CMOS reset. We're going to pull a stick of RAM out. I'm going to do all my basic stuff to confirm. Hopefully it's not the motherboard, even though you're saying it's the motherboard. I still want to make sure everything else points not to the motherboard, because this really sucks. And this is why we always do a post test outside of the case, but we couldn't do it because I needed a water cooler so I didn't overheat the CPU while we're trying to do. So we're going to do the CMOS really quick and see if we can do a full BIOS reset. Pull the battery out. Give that a second. Hit the power button quite a few times. And then we're going to pull one stick of RAM out. We want to take every variable out of the equation as much as we can. I actually recently had a similar issue a while ago, and it was not something I expected. It was actually a memory. It was one of my M.2s that caused a very similar error. So one of my hard drives gave me a weird post error like this. So I'm hoping that's all it is. Just a weird post error. Another thing is that some motherboards might be wrong revision on it. And since this is a newer CPU, this is a 7700X, it might not be the right firmware on this BIOS for it to post. So I'm actually very curious about that. We might have to do some research on this BIOS. One thing is BIOS have to be updated now or they don't work. And I'm very curious if that's the case. Because if that's the case, if it posts, a lot of these motherboards will post with no CPU in them. So I'm very, very curious if this will post without a CPU. I know MSI does that now. because of this reason, because of all the CPU changes lately. They let you do a BIOS flash without the CPU in the computer. And then once it's flash, it's compatible with the current CPU that you have, and then it works. I'm curious if that's the case, because it might be. Who knows? But let's turn this on again. So it went straight to RAM. And then, oh, no, then we got VGA. Come on. The jumpers, yeah, we checked them all. I mean, I can just pull them. Whoopsies. They're all out now. Let's turn it off. Let's try to do it without the jumpers in here. We'll give that one a try. All right. This one, you cannot. You cannot put the RAM on the third one. It will not post. This one requires A2 and B2 to post. And we're still stuck on VGA. And there's no GPU installed. So this falls into the next step is I'm going to pull the RAM. We're going to post it over here on the third one. I mean, not the third one, the fourth one. Let's see here. All right, so we got that going. Back to VGA. Come on. SLIs? Yeah, that's old school stuff. You need the jumper in the right spot to post. There's no jumper required to post. I'm sorry, man. No, we're stopping here. This is where it's stopping on all the issues is on the VGA port. So the next step for me is to pull out my M.2s. Remember, bare bones is always where you want to be. Backwards on everything. Go backwards on everything you've installed. Always. Because you might have a faulty part. It is very possible that you have a faulty part somewhere in this whole thing. Don't get me wrong, motherboards do fail pretty often. But we always want to not have a more motherboard fail, because I can replace an M.2. I can replace anything else in here faster than I can a motherboard, you know? It's all like mounted to it. So M.2s are now removed. Let's give it power again. What's up, Al? Glad you made it back from the trip. Yeah, it was a trip, buddy. Definitely a trip. Oh, wait. I don't have the jumpers in, so let's force it on. So RAM, VGA. Give it a sec. I know RAM adaptation is like 2 minutes, but it's already done it. And we're still stuck at VGA. So I'm hoping the next step we're going to fall into is we're going to pull the CPU out next. I want to upgrade my B550 motherboard, and I have a 3060. What's a good recommendation? So B550A and 3060 Ti. Well, what are you trying to upgrade? You just want to upgrade the motherboard? What are you trying to do? What exactly are you trying to do? Like, what features do you have on your motherboard that you don't have on the new board that you might consider or want? All right. While you think about that, if you want just USB-C, just add a drop-in USB-C card, and you'll get up to 4 ports using a full PCI Express lane if your motherboard has it. You don't have to have it on the board. You can add it to your board. It's cheaper than just getting a motherboard and a CPU, if that's all you're asking for. And then what CPU do you have? You know, if that's all you're asking for. So next step is we're going to pull the CPU out. It's a phenomenal CPU. That's actually what I was going to buy before I bought this one, because I got a better deal on this one. Honestly, if you're not going to go into like a new Ryzen 7, you're not going to get much of a difference in anything in general. I would honestly stick with that platform and just go buy a drop-in card for your Type C. If that's honestly all you care for, just go put a drop-in card in there and you solve that problem. Again, 5800X is a very good CPU. All right, so we're popping out this guy. No bit pin, so we're good there. All right, we're gonna post without a CPU. Let's go. And then we're gonna put a GPU in it just to see if that makes a difference. Because if it does post without a CPU, I'll be right back. I got a tinkle. The tinkle dance just activated. All right. Let's try this again. All right, let's see here. All right, so it won't post with the CPU removed on this guy. I want to see, it's probably because it's in the wrong slot. Nothing. Well, that sucks. I didn't want it to be a bad board, honestly. You know, shit happens, right? We're going to try it one more time. And put the CPU back in. Make sure I don't see any bent pins, but I don't see anything. The only configuration I haven't done was a GPU and just a CPU. So we're going to try that. Because this board does not support no CPU BIOS update. So that's what I was afraid of. MSI has that feature, which I really, really like. Because you can definitely diagnose a PC if it's a board or not without having a CPU in it. All right, cross pattern all the way down. Stop. All the way down. Stop. All the way down. Stop. Okay. GPU. Oh, there's a screw on there. All right. Okay. No RAM. I mean, no M.2s. Nothing else plugged in. Just power, CPU, and GPU. Plug in my power cord again. 1 stick of RAM. And let's hope this works. All right, now we have a different outcome than last time. We actually have RAM adaptation now. You'll notice it's stuck on the red on the RAM light right now. The RAM has been seated all the way down. I'm crossing my fingers hardcore now. Come on, buddy. Maybe the CPU just needed to be reseated. Who knows? Come on. Come on. Come on. What's the specs? Ryzen 7 7700X, 32 gigs of RAM. Um, NVIDIA Quadro, just M2000, nothing special for, this is not a gaming PC, just so you know. It's a workstation. 750 power supply with currently right now 5 terabytes. Hopefully by summer, this will have like 18 to 20 terabytes of storage. This is pretty much a video editing PC. That's all it's designed for. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and if you're just tuning in, it's still stuck on RAM, so I'm hoping there's a change in events right now. This is an M.2 RAID controller. So we're using this as part of our build on top of that. So this is because we're going to be doing, we're going to be upgrading to a bunch of M.2s later down the line. This is a Gen 4 this is made by Asus. This is their RAID controller for 4 M.2s. I can't wait to try this out. We're also adding a secondary NIC card for another 2.5 gig NIC card. So we have fast redundancy for video editing, because this PC is strictly going to be remoted into. Okay, it's stuck on RAM now. That gives me a lot more hope, because usually if it's a bad motherboard, it wouldn't have errors. It wouldn't detect errors, but it's stuck on the RAM error now instead of the video error. So I'm very happy that we're on this error right now. All right, I'm going to reseat this RAM. But yeah, we haven't been able to post. Okay, now we're on GPU again. Come on. Oh my gosh. Please don't make me take out another GPU, because it could be a bad GPU. I'm not saying it's not, but I did take it out of a working computer, so I know the GPU was working. But I could be wrong. I mean, it could have went bad. Try this one more time. And I'm going to pull another GPU. I'll pull my other GPU out just for testing. Because now I'm extremely, this needs to work. Like, this legitimately needs to work, because it immediately detects the error with the RAM immediately, and it goes to the VGA. So it might just be the VGA might be bad. That just honestly could be it. So I'm not getting anything. All right. Let's pull my other rig out. Oh, I didn't want to do that, but we have to do it because we have to confirm. We need confirmation. Confirmation is required, because it's a 3-hour drive if it is bad. this is another one of my builds here. This is using a Cooler Master Tower 100. I really don't like taking this case apart because there's so much to take apart. There you guys go. A little bit further down. But it's a really cool case. I mean, so I actually had a different case for this computer recently. What's up, Al? How's everything? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Everything's been pretty good. Appreciate it. The thing that sucks about this case, you have to take apart the top of it to get to your GPU. So you have to take the top off, and then you can take the side off. And then we can get to this part, and then this part, which fell in there. Then we take this off. How's the heart? The heart's been good, buddy. Thanks for asking. So now we have a 5070 to test with. If this doesn't boot with the RTX 5070, I don't know. Then the board is going to be bad, pretty much. The motherboard is legitimately bad. Yeah, heart health has been really good. Eating habits have been very good now. I'm sorry to say, but I didn't do very well on my trip. I ended up eating not very well on my trip to California. Not because I wanted to, it's just when you're on road trips, there's not many good places to eat, and you don't have a kitchen so you can cook your food. You're really stuck to just crappy road food, like restaurant food or just road food, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just me ranting, don't worry. But I right now I'm back home, and then pretty much got to get back to eating right again. Once I'm back in the habit, and it should be all good. All right, RTX 5070 installed. Display port. There. I know this GPU works. I know diagnosing. Oh, yeah. I know this works. I know this works. So it came out of a fully functional PC. I can't even argue with that. All right, so here we go. All right. RAM, VGA. Please work. Please work. Fingers severely crossed. Because if not, I got to go drive back to Dallas, Texas, which is 3 hours from my house to get this situation fixed. Come on, post, baby. What's bothering me heavily is that usually when everything works, it'll do a power cycle and then turn on and then post. It hasn't done any of that. And that's where I'm not very happy right now. That sucks. Like, it really sucks because it's a dead computer. Totally dead computer. Ah. All the fans are working? Oh no, they stopped working. Just the GPU fans are working, but that's it. Okay. I forgot one more thing. Now it's even tighter with that GPU in here. Try the other sticker RAM. Hopefully it's not faulty. I don't know if I see the GPU on there straight or not. A lot of times, for example, my other case, the GPU will not sit 100% flush unless you push on the motherboard. And then it'll sit flush on there. But then after a week or two, it'll get heat cycle a couple times and then it'll just get loose again. I'm wondering if the GPU is not seated 100%. It does happen. But yeah, we're getting not a damn thing. Oh man, this is irritating. It's so irritating. It was such a long drive to get this thing. But you know, shit happens. Shit does happen. Mm-hmm. Huh. I don't think this is, I don't think it needs it, but you never know. If it's giving me a keyboard error, I am thoroughly Let's see. I mean, it's not gonna hurt. If this doesn't boot, I'm calling it a night. Come on. Water pump is going. I can hear it. I hear the fans, but I don't hear any of the other fans kicking on. None of the fans actually kick on. None of them. And that's where I know I don't want to believe it, but that's confirming that that's a bad board. We know that works. That sucks. So yeah, it's a bad board. 2 GPUs. I mean, I could swap the CPU out, but that kind of would, defeat the purpose. But yeah, 2 GPUs, and I still get the VGA error. It passes RAM. We took everything out of the board. Everything that mattered is removed, and there's still no post. That really is sucky. I was hoping maybe the keyboard might be a problem, but no. Yeah. But hey, we all got here together, and this is what we learned tonight, that sometimes shit don't go your way, and you just got to deal with it and work on and go to the next step. The next step is we're going to hit up Micro Center. We're going to drive 3 hours. Let's see how far Micro Center is from my house, from Texarkana, Arkansas, in Dallas, Texas. Go swap out the board. I'm probably going to take and have them make sure they post-test my board, CPU, and my GPU, and the RAM. So before I walk out that building, I don't do another 3-hour drive. So yeah, that's what's going to happen. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know when, but I'm going to box this all up tomorrow. I am done for tonight. It is, what time is it? It is 12? 12 o'clock? No, I was way later than 12 o'clock. I don't know what time it is. It's late. That's all I do know. We're going to probably go and cry a little bit. That's all right. Again, shit happens. You know what sucks? A lot of my other stuff is showing up tomorrow for this build. But I do have a positive outlook. One of the accessories I bought 2 of, so I can trick that other computer. The other computer actually is also remoted into our network here. I'm probably going to have my friend that does all the editing for me remote into that one, but get the full performance. It's not a 7700X, but it's pretty close. It's a 70, I think it's a Ryzen 5. Yo, I got a question. What's your question, buddy? Hit me up. Message. Go for it. Shoot. Come on. I'm waiting for that question. Can I come up? It's hard to explain. You want to join the live? If that's your question, then yes, just request to join the live, and I'll put you on. Yeah, go. Let me see. I don't see the request. Let me see. Let's see.
All right.
There you go.
So I bought a computer from a school.
Okay.
All right. And they have like their little domain on it.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to take that off.
So the PC has Windows on it and it has domain attached to it, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you can go about this a couple ways. You got like 15 bucks?
Yeah.
All right. Go on Groupon, buy a legit copy of Windows 11 Pro. Okay. So it'll give you a brand new key, unless, because they're more likely they're using what they call oh geez, like a corporate licensing, where it's like one license for like 1,000 computers. You can probably use, there's a free piece of software called Magic Jelly Bean, and it'll pull the activation key off of there for you. Okay. So the Windows 11 key, it can probably take it off of there, but the machine doesn't boot. It won't let you log in, right?
No, I'm in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to get it out of the domain. Like I have access to a alternate. So not the administrator, but there's like another administrator account that I have access to, but I don't have access to the login past the BIOS.
Okay. Oh, you don't have the BIOS password?
Yeah. Like no. So like I can get into the
Be more specific.
So like whenever I go to I do like whenever I do like the secure boot, and then this is how I got it to get like I changed the password on it.
Okay.
So I went here, and
But
I went from here to it,
mm-hmm.
and so I'm trying to get it to come off of the thing.
Okay. You're gonna need to wipe the machine. It's because once it's logged into a domain and you have a secondary user, you can try to remove the previous the domain account to the device, but it's.
I'll try to factory reset it, so like reset it, remove all.
No, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Because it's a domain joined PC. So the OS is pretty much attached to that functionality. There's two ways you can go about this. You can try using the Magical Jelly Bean software. It's free. It's a key finder for you. It'll pull the activation key off the device and it'll give it to you on your screen. Write it down, and then get a thumb drive. Go to Google. Type in Windows 11 download. It'll take you to Microsoft's website. Make sure it's Microsoft.com/.
I already got a download from this one.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
I already have a download on a file.
Perfect. So you made a bootable thumb drive then?
Yeah.
Okay. Do the Magic Jelly Bean to pull the activation key off of it, and then try to do a wipe and reload and use the activation key. Now, this is why I tell you, if you have about 15 bucks on you, if that doesn't work, because usually those activation keys only work when you join a domain and activates it that way. If it doesn't work, then you're gonna have to buy a Windows 11 key. If you go on Groupon, get the app Groupon, you can buy a Windows 11 Pro key for I think 10 or 15 bucks.
Yeah. So how would that work? Since I can't even get like any of it to do anything.
Because what you're going to do is you're going to format the drive. Since you can get into the BIOS, right?
Yeah, I can't get into the drive. It says that there's no drive.
Yeah, that's because it's going to be. Oh, wait a minute. Is this a laptop?
Yeah.
No, there should be a drive on there. There should be 100% should be a drive in there. Yeah, it boots into Windows. So yeah, there's 100% a drive in there. How old is this laptop? Oh, okay. Is it Intel?
Update, whatever, it's 2019.
Is it an Intel?
No, it's Lenovo.
No, 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 no. Not. I don't care about that. In the BIOS, check what CPU it has.
Oh yeah, it's Intel.
Intel what?
Intel i5 8265.
Okay. So it might have what they call Intel Optane solid state drive in there. Okay. Or a newer generation solid state drive. If it does, it might not have the driver to boot that drive to like recognize that hard drive. Um, Usually older laptops. Is it on Windows 10 or Windows 11 right now?
Windows 10.
That's why it works, because it detects that. Um, so there's a couple ways you're going to have to go about this. Did you download a Windows 10 ISO or the Windows 11 one?
10.
Okay. So you have the Windows 10 thumb drive, right?
Yeah.
Download a Windows 11 thumb drive and see if it detects the drive on there. It should, 100%, but you're going to have to delete all the partitions. Okay?
What's that?
The partition, so inside a hard drive, one of these guys, little M.2, they have like 3 or 4 partitions inside of them when you boot the Windows to install Windows. You're going to see like a list of different hard drives inside there. You need to delete all of them. All of them have to be disappear except the thumb drive one that you're booting from. Okay? A lot of times it's going to list it as disk 0 or 1 for the thumb drive, and the hard drive, it'll say disk 0 sometimes or 1. You'll see a bunch of them. If it says 0, 1, and then they say disk 2, that means you have something called an Optane, an Intel Optane M.2 drive. Those drives are very special and they're very unique on how to make them work because they have 2 hard drives inside of 1 hard drive. It's kind of a weird scenario, but it's a form of buffering. Optane drives are a massive, massive headache to make work. All right. If it fails you and it doesn't work, hit me up. Follow me, hit me up. I will give you one of these drives. I have tons of these drives.
So you just said download Windows 11?
Yeah, and try to install Windows 11. And if it doesn't work, open the back of that Lenovo. They're super easy to pop open. Send me a picture through TikTok Messenger of the back of the Lenovo and the model. What model is it by chance? Is it a T14 or a T480, T490?
Where do you see that at?
If you open the lid, it's on the bottom right-hand corner.
You don't see it anywhere.
It's a laptop. It should be on the bottom right corner of the screen.
Oh, it's a L.
Oh, it's an L.
390 Yoga.
It's a Yoga. It's even more unique. Yogas are much, much bigger pain in the butts to make them work. How much did you pay for that laptop?
$50.
Okay. It's going to be $50 worth of a lot of headache, buddy. So I'm telling you that right now. I'm sorry. The Yogas are a whole other monstrosity of problems on themselves because they have actual sensors for when they flip, and they cause a lot of other fun issues. But they are a Windows 10 dedicated machine, so I don't know why it's not detecting the drives when you boot from it. That's very weird. It should automatically. Lenovo designs their laptops very basic, so they're not supposed to be that complicated.
I have zero clue why it is. That's my whole question. Like
I'm,
I've been trying to ask people some questions.
yeah, no, I mean I've repaired Lenovo's for a very, very long time. That's why I'm thoroughly confused on your scenario here. If you can do me a favor, um, yeah, perfect. Okay, you're fully in the BIOS. Um, Go to security. password. Enter there. And there's a password enabled. Can you disable that password? No. If it's a new password, hold on. Don't type in a password. It says enter new. No, not there. All the way at the top. At the top, the very top, where it says password for the laptop.
No, it's not letting me. It's not gonna let me do anything.
Oh, okay. So this is where the problem lies. So at the very top, you cannot control that password, right? Okay, so that laptop is BIOS locked. If it's BIOS locked, you're not going to be able to boot from anything and wipe that drive on that laptop.
There's no doing that.
Well, there's a sketchy tool online for Lenovo's where it lets you remove the BIOS password. Like it literally will unlock the password, but it's sketchy where to find it. So I can't tell you where because it's a sketch site and I don't recommend it myself. If I had my tool set with me, I could send it to you. But I don't have. I just moved here, so I don't have all my tools out. Um, so my recommendation for you is there any way to get your money back?
No, like I spent. It was like from like a website type thing.
Gotcha.
People told me that it's easy to tune a car with the ThinkPads, like Lenovo's.
That is correct.
So
Yeah.
that's
I
that.
I have. I mean, if you're willing, if you don't mind, I mean, I have something better for you, and I'll give you a better price on it. I'm not trying to sell you anything, but I'm just trying to help you out. You know what I mean? So I have one of these. This is a Lenovo T14 with an i7, 16 gigs of RAM, and a 512 hard drive. I remove the passwords off of this. I'll wipe it and I'll install a fresh copy of Windows, not domain joined. That way, and it's not password locked, so you can completely unlock it all you want and do whatever you need to do. I can give you one of these because I have like one or two left. Um, I'll give it to you for $100, man.
I have to do that.
Because I'm sorry that you're going through this. Honestly, I don't want you to go through this. It sucks, and I'd rather give you something that I know for a fact will work for you. And usually, I have a big batch of these, and I sell them with OBD2 cables ready to go to tune cars. But I don't have any more of these. I usually don't. The company I work for stopped letting us take them pretty much because we were throwing them away left and right, and then I would throw the I delete the hard drives, destroy the drives, and then go buy a big box of hard drives. That's why I tell you I have a ton of hard drives, but I can't really fix your problem because your BIOS is locked. Again, it's an older Yoga. You might be able to find, again, don't quote me on this, but you might be able to find something to unlock a BIOS for that Yoga since it's so old. There might be a tool out there that's easier for you to find so you can unlock the BIOS on it. It's not hard, but those tools are like, if any IT guy finds them, we keep them and we don't share them. Like we're super strict like that because it's like super illegal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because you can like literally unlock any PC. Once the BIOS password is removed, you can do whatever you want with the PC after that.
Yeah.
You know, it'll work. You can just format the drive, install Windows, and use it for whatever you need it for. But like I said, just save it. Message me later if you want. I have an eBay store with with a couple laptops on there. I can put that one specifically on the store for you, and then buy it immediately, and that way shipping and everything will be included for you. Just message me when you're ready to buy it, and I'll make sure I just give you the shipping and everything. I'll take care of you.
All right.
You know?
I'll hit you up.
Yeah. Again, but if you want to get something really powerful, not just for that, I got a really nice gaming laptop. That's like a freaking.
I have
Oh,
this.
oh, nice tower. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have like two laptops. That I use that one to stream off of. This
gotcha.
laptop's gonna use the tune off of.
Mm-hmm.
This one doesn't. It's uncompatible with all
So,
that shit.
what are you trying to tune, by the way?
It's a Lancer.
Okay, it's a little Evo, an Evo, or not? Just a Lancer.
It's a Rally Art.
So it's just a Lancer.
It's all-wheel drive. It's turbo. It comes with the same stuff. Just it doesn't have the what's it called?
The better motor, the more
Yeah,
horsepower.
it's all that. It's all that. It's a 4B11T.
Okay, so it's one of the newer ones. Okay,
So it's the model under it comes all-wheel drive, comes everything like that.
nice, nice.
What about a backdoor?
We were just talking about that, Richard. So the Lenovo Yogas, you could, you know what? You might be lucky since this is a much older unit. You might be very, very lucky on this scenario. I'm not gonna guarantee or promise anything. Turn it off, open up the back end, and see if there's a CMOS battery. It's a little battery that sits in the back of the unit. I honestly believe.
So like where?
So you got to unscrew the whole back.
All right, but give me like 2 seconds.
Don't worry about it, man. I'm not going anywhere. Let me get some water while you do that. Now, are you trying to tune it yourself or just doing have other people do some flash tunes for you? Hmm. I need a chair. There we go. Correct. CMOS. Yep. Again, we're going to see if that works for him. It might correct the issue, but some Lenovo is good for this. Unfortunately, they, how do we say, even if you pull the CMOS battery, the the BIOS password is sometimes not under software, it's under firmware. So it will write to the CMOS. And what that means is that it will not delete it unless you remove it. Or if there's an alternative option, like a back end option where you can boot from a command prompt and then remove the BIOS password. There is a tool from Lenovo to rewrite the BIOS. However, you need to know the BIOS password. And that tool is available from their website like all day. Again, that's kind of like, how do we say, good on Lenovo, bad on Lenovo at the same time, because, we have scenarios where, say, the torch is handed to another IT employee and the guy left the company and he didn't give him the password to the BIOS, to all the laptops in the company. And now this new IT guy doesn't have the BIOS password to unlock all these laptops to do work on. How do you get around that? You know, Lenovo's not going to give you the tool. They will if you have like a corporate account with them and you work with them and you pay for that service. But if you're just an average person and you're just trying to unlock this PC that you purchased, like this guy right here, he's honestly fucked. He's fucked. What if he bought $1,000 used laptop and it had a BIOS password and there was no return policy? That yeah, you see, you got it. It sucks. That blows donkey shit like all day, and that would happen. That does happen. It happens very often on eBay, and it sucks.
It's the fact that people steal them from work,
Mm.
and then they have no clue if it's locked
Or not. Yeah.
or not, and they just tell you, "Hey, I haven't turned it on since I like quit working."
Yeah.
Like,
Again,
I'll
it's
stick to it, but I can't give you more than that.
exactly right, and that's the thing, and you're going to get that a lot from a lot of people that sell on eBay. Um, or just sell on Facebook, Facebook Marketplace especially. You're going to get that. It's going to happen, and it sucks. It really, really, really does suck, and your hard-earned money just gets thrown away.
Unless you have money or throw back into it.
Yeah. Trying to. There we go. Until you're ready to show again. Yeah, I'm just pissed off that this PC I just built doesn't work. The motherboard's dead. Yeah. Brand new piece. And then I live 3 hours away from the store that I bought it from. So I have to go and drive now 3 hours to go figure this out. Okay, now you're in the motherboard. All right, hold on. Wait for me here. Let me get you back full screen. All right, let's see here. Okay. Go to the right-hand side of that motherboard. Yeah. Look for a little thing that looks like a dime wrapped in plastic. More to the right. Oh, it's right there. See right there. No, no, to your left, to your left. Yep, that's the CMOS battery. Okay. Unplug the battery first. Do you know how to do that? All right. Show me the main battery. That's a big, big old rectangle. Okay. Is there a ribbon coming out of it? Do you have a brighter light in there? Oh, this is hard to see.
Would it be over here?
No, no. It's usually in the middle of the computer. Let's see. Keep going slowly to the right. Hold on, hold on. Yep, that's the battery ribbon. Okay. So there's a piece of tape right there on the left-hand corner. You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to pull that lightly up and just take the tape off with the cables. Okay. Now get me really close to that before you yank it out. Get me really close to that metal post. Keep going down. Closer, closer. Okay, we're good. What you're going to want to do, you're going to put your finger on top of that metal post. Not there, not there. The
This one right here.
uh-huh. And at the same time, you're going to pull away from that. And the reason why you want to hold your finger on that is not too much pressure on it. You're going to pull and you're going to wiggle left and right really slowly until the cable pops out.
I'm gonna need 2 hands for that.
Yep, don't worry, man. And just be careful. Like I said, you grab it, you pull away from the opposite direction, wiggle left and right until it pops out. Yep, be careful. Exactly. Everybody on YouTube is like, what is he doing? I was like, oh, crap. No one can see what we're doing because it's the Tiki Talks. All right. Don't pull any hard anymore. Show me again.
I got one side to come out a little bit.
Let me see.
Like that.
Okay. Keep going. But remember, pinch the entire ribbon, not just a part of it, the entire ribbon of it. Yeah. And then you're just pulling left and right like that. Not up and down, left and right, really slowly. And it should pop right out, man. No worries. Tweezers, not for a battery cable. You don't need tweezers for that. If it was something smaller like the CMOS battery, it's a possibility. Let me see. Perfect. It popped out of the socket. Yeah. Those go out hard, then they go in really easy. Okay, now go back to the little battery. This is where you're going to be very, very careful. Okay. You're going to see that little red and black cable coming out of the battery, right? All right. You're going to pinch it and you're going to pull away from the laptop.
Oh, pulling this out. This thing.
Yeah, but you can do it two ways, okay? If you have a decent sized set of fingernails on your finger, you grab the white portion with your fingernails and you kind of wiggle it left and right and pull at the same time. If your fingernails aren't really strong, they're going to bend and you're going to hurt your fingers. So you can grab from the black and red portion of it and you're going to pull really lightly out away from that. Did it pop out? Let me see. Can you pull the cable up? Good job, dude. Nothing broke, right? Let me see. I can't see. Hold on. Okay, cool. All right, give it a couple minutes. Hit the power button on the laptop a few times. We just want to hit the power button, and then what's going to happen, we just want to get the power, like all the capacitors discharged.
Where's the power button?
Should be on the wherever it is on the other side of the laptop by the keyboard. Or no, it's on the side of the laptop.
Yeah, somewhere on the side.
Yeah, it's a little tiny button. I forgot to yoga.
How many times do you want me to press it?
Just one or two times, not many times. All right. Okay, plug everything back in. First, the CMOS, the little tiny battery goes in first, and then the big battery. You're gonna put the cover on the back of the laptop, but don't close it. Got it? Just put it on there so we can just try to turn it on really quick. Ugh. Is this your first time ever watching my channel?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you just noticed me building a PC, huh?
It looks like you're kind of smart. So.
On occasion, you know, I take a shower every now and then and stuff. So you came to the right channel, by the way, because you like cars, right? So I don't know if you saw this as part of my channel.
That's cool. What is that, Volkswagen?
There you go.
What is that?
It's a GTI. But not any G, it's a 500 horsepower GTI.
And we're making the same amount of horsepower.
Well, this is on low boost.
Oh.
I have a fully built car. So you see the little snail right here? It's only about that big.
Yeah, I have a little bigger.
So
That's a little bit bigger.
this is full internals, so fully built, full titanium valve train, forged crank, forged, what is it, rods and pistons.
So what do I do now?
All right, show me. Hit escape, or F1, actually, hit F1. We might be up. Still see BIOS password. There it is. No, you're still stuck in the same. You're still back at the same spot, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Sorry, man. That's honestly the only options I have for you, unless we try to find the sketchy tool to delete the BIOS.
That's no fun. No fun.
Yeah, it's no fun. Sorry, man. I wish I could give you a better outcome, but
What's all done to your GTI?
a lot. Well, this is one of my builds. Um, I actually have a 700 horsepower Jetta. I have a 1,000 horsepower Golf GTIL as well with the V8 swap in it. I also have over here on this side as my 91 Corrado. That's another Volkswagen.
You like your Volkswagen?
That's all I have. That's all I drive is V-dubs.
Bro, I know a lot of people hate working on them in general.
Because they're just afraid to work on them. That's it.
Well, I
They're,
know one of my friends. He's making a GTI here soon. He's trying to make a 600 out of it.
they're not hard. They're super easy to make a lot of power in. Super, super easy. But I just did I did a whole custom interior. Rebuilt I got rid of my rear seats. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
So rear seats are
Your
removed.
bags.
Oh yeah, it's air suspension as well. Yeah, we did the tank. I did a full custom tank. And there's my seats. Oh. Let's see what else is there. What's up?
Those white rims.
The white wheels?
Yeah.
Which ones?
The white ones, the all pure white.
White? I don't have any white wheels.
On the wall. The pure white wall ones. That one, yeah, that one.
That one? Those aren't white. Those are silver.
Those are silver.
Yeah.
I was planning on getting something like those, but like white.
Yeah, those are APR wheels. So
I'm getting reps. I can't afford the ones.
so this wheel right here is one of the only wheels in existence. This is a full copper plated wheel. So that's what that is right there. That's copper. That's not painted. That's real copper.
That's cool.
So this is the only set in existence. And then these right here are called Gaudis. Those are a two-piece wheel. Those are APR wheels. These are the Beetle Heritage wheel. This one, dude, right there, that's my Porsche Twist wheels. These are hand painted by my niece. She painted them for me because these are my new wheels for my GTI.
That's cool. That's neat.
So we're gonna be rocking those for the next season. But yeah, those you see now. They see the silver now.
Yeah. Well, they have ones as well that are white.
I've never seen them in, well, not this style wheel from them, from APR. I've never seen those in white. They have them in black and I think in gold, but I've never seen them in white. Those are my Porsche wheels that broke. I split those in half.
Why'd you do that?
Hit a pothole. Yeah. And then yeah, so all those, and there's only a half of what I have of all my wheel collection.
Like you collect the wheels?
Yeah, I buy wheels like I buy underwear, man.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I still have I have a set of BBS RSs. I got a set of BBS. What's up?
You 3D print?
Oh yeah, I 3D print too. I also have what do they call it? I have a CNC plasma table as well. I also
Those are expensive.
a little bit, yeah. Huh?
Is it a little?
Yeah, a little bit, not too bad.
I mean, I know of performance shops that make like multi-millions a year, and they only have one. They said it was too expensive to have more than one.
Well, I use mine for just fun stuff. I don't use it for anything.
You know Midnight Racing, right?
No.
Twin turbo Huracans, twin turbo Audi R8s.
Mm,
That control pretty much the
Well, if it's not fun stuff, then I don't care for it.
It's racing. It's
Yeah,
straight line racing.
no, doesn't float my boat. Yeah,
I'm allergic to supercars.
I mean, I love supercars, but that's.
Like talking about like Huracans and like Audi R8s and stuff.
But you gotta understand, like those are cars that I'm never gonna wanna. I've never even wanted one. I've driven. So I'll tell you the cars I've driven, and I've never. I don't care for them. I've actually driven a Bugatti Veyron GT. Uh, I've driven many Lamborghinis and Ferraris in my life.
I can't understand the appeal to Lamborghinis.
Well, even Ferraris I've driven. I've driven. I've never driven, but I sat in a what's a Koenigsegg. Um, I wasn't allowed to drive it, but I was allowed to sit in it, and I sat in it. Holy crap, that's such a cool car! But
Oh,
that's like whatever,
he has a ZR1.
you know. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool car. You know what? You know what? You know what car would make me like wet my pants if I drove it?
Which one?
If I was able to get one, a 19 like 62, 64 Volkswagen Carmen Ghia.
You know what car I want next? Like I have like three cars I want next. I want a SVT, Mustang SVT, the New Edge, the
Mm-hmm.
Libra. And then I was thinking about an S13.
What year?
I don't know.
Gotta be specific. They're very different.
You know the body style of them, though, right?
I know exactly the body style for an S15. I've owned one.
I mean, they're cool.
You know,
And then
but
I want an RX-8.
ugh, RX-8.
Yeah.
That's an ugly car.
Hey, it's rotary. I can't afford an RX-7.
I mean, you can. They're not expensive. Just don't buy an American RX-7. Go import an RX-7 from Japan. They're dirt cheap. Yeah.
True, true.
If you buy an American RX-7, you're paying American money for it. You buy a Japanese RX-7, you're not paying much for it. You're paying half the price of what people want out here.
You know what I've been trying to find anywhere? To, you know, they made Lancers diesels. They have the diesel Lancers. I want to find one. It comes with a Volkswagen diesel.
If you can, okay, if you're interested in a diesel, all-wheel drive diesel car,
No, it's front wheel drive. It's front wheel drive.
why?
Front wheel drive diesel.
I mean, just get a Jetta. It's front-wheel drive and diesel,
Yeah, but it's a Lancer.
but it's front-wheel drive.
But like, what's the? It's the uniqueness. How often have you seen a Lancer diesel?
Don't get me wrong. I mean, you can put this way. The VW diesel fits in anything. It's one of the easiest engines to put in anything because it's a mechanical engine. It's not really, there's not much electrical to them. There's like maybe 3 sensors and it runs.
But I think that would be cool. Like, it comes stock with the
Well,
diesel.
you can do it yourself. Just do it yourself and you just put it in, Because funny thing, I'm actually, after I'm done building all these cars, I'm looking for a 90s Honda Civic that I'm going to put a diesel engine in. And I want to drive a diesel Honda Civic, like a 90s diesel Honda Civic. That's what I really want.
You're gonna have all the Ford bangers mad at you though.
That's fine. That's the point. You know, you're not supposed to go with the flow. You're supposed to go against the grain. And the people that, just so you know, the people that go against the grain, all right, are the people who always succeed going forward. Just so you know, I've been around for a long time. I've always go against the grain. I never follow any trends as much as I can. I try to follow some trends because some trends are pretty dope, but there's some trends they're stupid. Just do what you want to do, honestly. And if you can get a Lancer diesel, fucking get one. Because that's pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. But if you go to Mexico or Canada, just heads up here. In Mexico and Canada, you can buy right now. You can actually import them now. you can import the 99 and 2000 and 2001 VW Jettas or Golfs that are all-wheel drive and diesel.
Yeah, that's what the rally arts. The rally arts weren't around in America. They were Canadian and Mexican
Mm-hmm.
exclusives.
But if you want a really cool, super reliable car, get a Volkswagen diesel.
Or we get a Mitsubishi diesel.
I mean, technically it's a Volkswagen diesel, but sure. You
I
know?
mean, the whole car would be Hyundai, Mitsubishi, and Volkswagen.
Yeah, no, it's a bastardization of everything, and that's why I love it.
It would be the coolest thing because my car already is a Hyundai and a Mitsubishi.
Yep.
So,
No, I mean, I got nothing against it. Go for it, man. You know, and that's one thing that I love that about the car community, that if you're willing to go against the grain, people are going to love you for it. The people that hate you for it are honestly loving you. They just won't admit it because they're
no,
purists.
or they have no clue what they're looking at.
That too. But the people who are purists, those are the worst by far.
Bro, don't get me started on that. Like, keep it stock now.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
want stock.
Man, I have a 71 VW bus that I'm about to tear apart. Okay? And I'm
Fine.
and I'm gonna turn it into a diesel.
What comes in it right now?
Uh an air-cooled 1600 cc motor. It's just an old school, it's a 60s, it's a 70s, 60s car, so it has the old school carburetor in it. But I bought an engine off a friend that had a fully running TDI, bought it off of him, got the wire harness made. All I gotta do is build my fuel tank and a couple other little things here and there, and I got a fully running VW bus with a diesel engine in it.
I'm running higher compression on my car. I gutted a 4B12.
Why did you go higher compression in your boosted? That's like the worst combination.
There's some stuff I want to do. It's more torque. I'm not really caring about the boost. It's a track car, not a.
Yeah, it's even way worse to go higher compression than it is with for that. If you're running anything on a track on a quarter mile, eighth mile, and you're gonna rev it to high hell for 3 seconds, and you're high compression and you're running boost, that's already a full combination for either.
Well, it's built internals.
It doesn't matter if it's built internals.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
That's why I'm trying to help you, man. This is what I do. I build powerful motors.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not a good combination. You're gonna get pretty much pre-ignition so early. You're just gonna blow. You're gonna blow a valve. You're either gonna spin a valve, you're gonna float a valve, or you're gonna do pre-ignite, and it's just the end of the. You're gonna bend a rod instantly. You know.
We'll figure it out. Trust.
You don't want to figure it out. You want to do it right before you start going, I give up on this project because I messed up and didn't follow any advice. I'm just telling you, for a guy who's built 9-second cars, you don't want to do that.
Well, I'm not. I mean, 9-second cars. That's impressive. But like, I'm trying to because it's more torque and everything for having like a higher compression.
Correct. It's more, but high compression is for naturally aspirated cars. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you start going into high compression, and then you start adding boost to it, right? What's happening is that you're heating the cylinder chambers too early. And what's going to happen is you're going to have to pull timing so much on that engine for it to not pre-ignite.
I'm gonna get. I was thinking about doing boost by gears so I can run like almost.
I run boost by gear on my cars, all my cars. So back to what I was explaining, it doesn't matter whether you're doing boost by gear or not. You're heating that chamber up super hot. And then you're trying to go to, and then you're trying to add more heat by adding compressed air. You know? So it's a double whammy. It's you're gonna kill the motor so early on, even if you're going boost by gear. Doesn't matter. Um, I mean, you might get a couple good rips, but that's gonna be end of it. You're gonna heat that engine so fast. That's why no one does high compression and boost. If you do high compression, you do high compression and then you do ITBs, or you do an insane like intake manifold and an insane cam setup, and then you go naturally aspirated, right? If you go boost, you drop compression. You drop as much compression as you can because that's where your power comes from, is from more air and more fuel. The more air you can cram in one chamber under a certain amount of pressure, you're gonna build power. Obviously, there is a happy ratio between all that. You want to find where you're fine tune how much compression and how much boost you want to run. But anything lower, you go 10 to 1, 9 to 1, or 8 to 1, if you can even get 8 to 1, honestly.
10 to 1.5.
So you're technically low, almost, you're at that stock level of boost pretty much, all right? For like a stock motor, stock boost, that's it, right? And then you change the compression to a higher compression, and then you're going to be like, oh, have fun, man.
That's the upgrade. That's like upgrading compression.
That's what I mean. So originally, what was the original compression?
10 to 1. It's 1.5 now.
Okay.
I only have 0.5.
Yeah, 0.5 of a liter. Oh no, 0.5 of not liter, but 0.5 of extra compression per chamber. So you're up there, man. I would check fuel trims. I would definitely check your logs. Get an exhaust temp gauge, like a mechanical one. Don't get a digital exhaust temp gauge. Get a mechanical temp gauge.
I
Hmm?
said, yeah, that's the plan.
And see where your temps are running low boost, and see where you're at. You're going to be running really hot. I promise you that. The only way you're going to be able to drop those temps safely is water meth injection to help you keep those temps down. Or, believe it or not, I would run a small bottle of NOS, just a very small bottle. Keep your temperatures down. What's up?
I said dry for turbo or?
Yeah, just a dry squirt, but have it low, like literally a 5 or 10 horsepower shot of NOS. That'll drop your temperatures instantly, and that keep you much cooler.
How much would it, like, if I went bigger intercooler?
Intercoolers they just cool air. They don't drop compression, or they don't drop temperatures.
Water to air as well.
Same thing. Water to air just cools air. It's not doing anything else in the chamber. I run a water to air intercooler on my V6 Jetta. And all it does, that's only to let you not heat soak. That's all it's going to let you do.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out what I want to do exactly with it. I know I was gonna go bigger compression, just because why not?
Yeah, drop your compression. You'll make so much more power, way more power. And especially if you're going to do a race, if you're going to race for it, you're 100% better off. And if you went to a bigger turbo, which means you're going to have more volume, why ruin the amount of volume you're dumping into your engine by increasing compression where you can't add more volume to it?
Yeah. Well, it's a bigger engine overall.
It doesn't matter. Bigger engine doesn't matter. Bigger engine, you're adding compression. Remember, compression, naturally aspirated. Dropping compression, turboing, supercharging, centrifugal chargers, pro chargers, all those. That's why they all run low compression. Everybody who does it runs low compression. Why? It's safe. You can add boost, because that's what you want, right? You want power.
Yeah,
You want power.
Don't people go for like bigger liters for like people go like from like a 5.0 to like a 5.2?
Yeah, you're still because you're adding more volume. You're not adding compression. You're adding more volume.
Yeah. Okay.
So like my GTI was a 1.8 liter. It's a 2.1 liter now.
So I was going to a 2.4. Should I just lower the compression of it? Like get lower compression?
If you can get to a 9.1 compression versus a 10, I promise you your tuning will be so much easier. Number one, your fuel trims won't go freaking ballistic, okay? Because it's going to be very difficult to tune a high compression engine with boost, okay? So I prefer you drop in your compression. That way, when you upgrade your turbo, or you're going to decide to go to a bigger turbo later, or even bigger, or a different type of turbo, your fuel trims aren't going to go nuts because you're heating up so fast. You're going to be under control so much more. Just everything's just going to be better for you in the long run, right? On top of that, you'll be able to do your boost by gear even better. If you're going to want to go, first, second, low boost, and then third, fourth, and fifth, just go balls to the walls from there, you can do it so much easier that way. Or you can do it.
Try for lower compression, but I'm gonna keep it the bigger liter engine.
Yeah. Remember, going to a larger engine is just increasing volume, but you're not changing the amount of the amount of air to fuel. So you're going 10 to 1. So 10 pretty much molecules of air versus 1 molecule of fuel. If you go down and decrease the amount of fuel, air, going 9 to 1, then you're even better, right? You're decreasing, now you're adding more. So what happens is that when you decrease the amount of air, you increasing volume for boost, you're increasing power. On top of that, just so you know, the more you increase the engine size, the more torque you build. Okay, for boost applications.
So, for going for that, would I want to get new internals?
Uh-huh.
So I would need new rods.
It depends. It depends on what exactly you're going for at the end of the day. If you're trying to go low boost, see if you can just swap out a crank. A lot of times you can change compression just by changing crank. Okay.
And then would I have to, for doing that, would I have to get another like I would have to get more. Once I do that, I have to get it tuned again.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but that's what you're trying to do anyways, right?
Yeah.
So you're fine there. A crank, if there's different types of cranks for your cars applications, like in the VW world, we have a lot of options. We can do the 1.8 liter.
We have some.
Yeah, like for us, for the 1.8 liter, we can get the TDI crank. So the crank that comes out of the VW TDI swaps right over for us. Uh, the 2.0 T, like the Mark V GTI, and the newer engines, we can swap the crank right over to the older engine. And what's nice about that, we can go all the way to a 2 liter without changing rods or pistons. We just need to change the crank. And then really nice thing, even more nice thing about that, it's a forged crank. So we can even go higher on boost.
Yeah, that's nice.
And it costs $100 for a crank.
Yeah, the only reason I switched from to a higher liter is because it was gonna come with forged internals.
Mm-hmm. See if you can just get a head gasket spacer. It might solve the problem. Yeah, a lot of times if the internals are good enough for more boost, then see if there's a gasket that they make for dropping compression. For example, the guy was commenting with the VR6 right there. We also do, the VR6 comes a 10 to 1 compression ratio, but we want to run boost on them. So we have to drop the compression to 9 to 1. And the way that we do that is just a big old steel gasket. They make a big fat steel gasket that just goes in between the head and the block. And now we drop our compression and now we can run crazy boost. What's crazy about that, the engine only makes 160, 170 horsepower stock. With the gasket, no internals change. We just change the bolts. So we do rod bolts and we do head stud bolts. So we go to forged head stud bolts. And then we do a big ass turbo. We can go to 600 horsepower. It's insane. Because compression drop. That's all it is.
I mean, we'll figure it out. If we have to get new internals, it'll be fine.
Personally, if you can do a head gasket spacer to just fix it, then do that. That way it's just 100 times easier and your engine's already set up for forged internals. You're set. You're ready to go. You just saved yourself pulling number one, you don't have to pull a motor. Just pop the head off and clean the top and bottom surfaces really easily.
I'm on my third one right now.
There's probably a reason for that.
I mean, the first one wasn't my fault. It was already at 200K miles.
It doesn't matter.
And it had a
That engine that's in here, the engine that's in this car right here has almost 400,000 miles on it. 200,000, no, 100, no, 120,000 or 130,000 hard 32 psi like driving.
So that was the engine I decided to boost, and then I had 200K miles. And
Again, 200,000 miles don't mean shit.
it had a crack in the block after I did it. Like I took it on one rip and it just had a crack in the block.
Yeah. What's
See my
going?
comment?
I didn't. It's hard to see from all the way over here.
I said I hang with Pittman, so I've heard plenty about fucking VR6s.
Pittman knows, buddy. He knows his shit.
He tries to rub it off on me. I don't hate on a Volkswagen or VR6, but I'm strictly K series.
I got nothing wrong with the K series. I don't mess around with K series because I know.
The same shit. You just change the head studs to ARP head studs or L19 head studs, throw a big ass turbo on it, and fucking send it.
Oh yeah.
It'll last.
Oh yeah. Honda is a different story. You know, before the K series though, it was sadness.
Before the K series, you either had one option, B18C1, or I mean, you could get power out of plenty Honda motors like B series, do good power, but really B series was holding it down. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
a
saying?
B16, B18. If you get a B16 with a non VTEC like head, oh, and you sleeved it, oh, talk about a beautiful motor.
If you sleeve any of the Honda motors, you're golden.
Yeah,
Force internals and sleeves, you're 1,000 horsepower all day.
Yeah,
and they ain't gonna break.
no, that's what they're. That's I mean, they're built for. They rev like a freaking lawnmower to high hell, and they love boost.
That's the only reason I ain't turned this DC5 to 1,000 wheel yet is because I'm on stock sleeves.
But yeah, that's a whole different thing, though. I was telling this guy, like, you need to mess around, man, but be careful. Don't go high compression. That's all I tell people. Don't go high compression. Drop your compression.
Compression's mainly just all motor builds.
Drop your.
I never wanted to get the. My buddy runs a True Type R K20A motor from Japan. It's like $4,000, but the compression's like 11-1 ratio, so you can't boost it really or it'll blow. It's gonna blow up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too high.
Well, I needed a bigger leader so I could push more air because I wasn't really spooling the turbo that fast.
What do you drive?
Just a little Lancer, nothing crazy.
Evo?
No.
Mitsubishi Lancer?
Yeah. It's nothing crazy.
If you're what's the hot side size on that turbo?
It's 62.
That's AR62.
That's a 62 millimeter.
And you're not spooling. I mean, it's not spooling that fast.
It was taking a good minute.
Like what RPMs do you actually kick in boost?
Around 6.
Holy doodle.
That's a tuning issue.
That's not big of a hot side. That's why I'm just like.
I run a 62, 66, and mine spools up great. But also, right now I got mine tore down. But when I get it back,
yeah, but you run a precision 62, 66. Those are phenomenal turbos. Those things spool. They love low RPMs and high RPMs.
Yeah, so I would just brake boost. Like while I'm finna run, I just gas brake both and then fucking just stomp it. But I still have a lag.
Yeah, it's turbo. It's a turbo car. Unless you're gonna spend your money on a G series Garrett or kind of like a monster.
I'm keeping the turbo, but I'm going. It's in the shop right now. I'm rebuilding it again. Just cause my timing went off a tooth, so I've been about. So while I already had it apart, I just went on ahead and pulled everything apart, sent the block off to get remachined, just to freshen it back up while it's already out the car. I mean, I
Nice.
So when I get it back, we're gonna tune it and put the rolling anti-lag on it. So then I won't have none of that issue now on.
I mean, rolling anti-lag is nice, but it's just gonna kill that turbo pretty quick.
I mean, I might go NOS because I've been. I mean, just dry spray.
I don't know about dry. I'd probably try wet.
I would do a dry. Do a quick dry just to help spool. If you're gonna help it, if you can do dry to help spool, it'll spool like a mother.
So you're just gonna run the nitrous jet right there at the tip of the turbo and spray it in there?
No, I wouldn't do it there. I'd do it at the throttle body. That's what I would do.
Well, I don't. I mean,
I wonder why they spray them in the turbo then, because
it's to speed the turbo. It's so it gets more movement.
Yeah, no, I'd rather do it dry right from the throttle body and get that octane really high up. That way the engine just revs faster, and then you'll spool pretty quick after that. What I used to do in my previous setup, I used to have a 4-port on my manifold. I had a 4-port water meth injection. So pretty much each cylinder had a separate nozzle, and I just did direct 4-port. I had a whole like 2-gallon setup in my car.
They consider wet.
What was that?
What do they? So what do they consider wet? Like it's.
So wet is it's literally like it's a higher like a higher percentage of NOS, so it's more oh jeez, I forgot.
I thought a wet shot means they spray it with near the injectors where it's.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's a higher concentrate, and it does it right on each injector.
So it shoots gas and nitrous together.
Yeah.
At once instead of in the intake where your gas and your nitrous is separate shooting.
I don't think my engine would hold with.
That's why I was saying wet because it mixes it together as it's shooting in. But I don't know nothing about nitrous. So.
It's fun, dude. You know, if you know Pittman, you should know nitrous then.
That's who's been trying. He's been trying to talk me into it, but I'm not running nitrous on my car because I'm already running a turbo with anti-lag, so it's kind of like.
Oh, then you don't need it.
No,
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't ever say you don't need it. Ever.
Running anti-lag. I mean,
no, I would run nitrous on an all motor build, but you really got to do it. You got to watch doing that too because if the compression's high, you don't want to be running boost with it, and nitrous is basically boost, so it's like.
It's nitrous is just super cooled fuel,
Nitrous
and
would
it's
be good on a motor that's built for turbo, but not turbo.
no, not true. Not.
You can run it. So like one big turbo with like a. I mean,
No,
that's what they're used to.
No, I know you can run both. I'm saying though, like it's good to build a motor, gap the rings, get it all set up with a turbo build, but keep it a stock all motor build and just run like a fucking 200 shot of nitrous.
So it all depends. Again, it all depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like what you're trying to get out of the car. So nitrous on a turbo build, if you want to drop or get rid of like turbo lag, that is the best way to get rid of turbo lag is nitrous. 100%.
I could run a 50 shot dry shot into my intake and it will help my shit spool up faster.
There's that option, right? Now, if you're afraid of it, then get away from your standard turbos, go into a G series Garrett turbo. I keep telling this to people, man.
What does that do?
So a G2500 or a G2700 turbo, it is a small turbo. All right? It's a small frame turbo that does big turbo stuff. And it cuts the lag in half for your boost. And they will
Power do they hold up to?
they will hold up to 2,000 horsepower depending on the style that you go with.
Yeah.
They are tiny. And this is why people don't buy them because they're expensive as shit. They're like $1,500 to $2,000 per turbo. But I tell you this, build around that. So that's what WRC, like rally cars, that's all they use now is like a G series frame turbo now. You're talking about instant boost almost. So I don't know if you know, but you know what a K series turbo is?
Yeah.
So the little tiny turbos, like they're tiny, like cute little turbos. Those things have 0 turbo lag because they're so tiny. But
So
the amount of boost they make, so what matters more, boost or volume?
boost.
Wrong. See?
The PSI should.
No. No.
PSI you're sending to me.
No.
Really?
That doesn't matter.
Theory.
Volume. Volume matters. Okay? So this is, I'm going to give you a quick tutorial on turbos. All right? Turbos, we know it's free horsepower, right? Because it runs off of the exhaust gas, right? And it just spins and it gives you free power. Now, you have pressure and you have volume. All right? Let's assume your big turbo, so I say your GT27, GT28 or GT30 turbo, or a Precision 6266, which is like a GT20, a GT37 almost. So it's a big ass turbo. Let's assume for every 1 PSI, we get 1 cup of air. All right? Let's just assume that's what we're getting, right? So at 25, 30 PSI, we're getting 30 cups of air, right? 1 cup of air per PSI. That's our volume. On a G series turbo, you can get 2 to 3 cups of air per PSI. Which one do you think is going to make more power?
One that has 3 cups instead of 1.
Why do you think we go big turbo instead of small turbo? Why do you think big turbos make more power at lower boost?
It's more air.
There you go. There's a quick college course on how turbos work.
Just period. Like if you put a 62, 66 turbo and run it at 20 psi, and you run a fucking small turbo at 20 psi, the bigger turbo is gonna put out more power.
Yeah.
Because it has more volume.
Yeah.
It's all volume.
Pushing more air.
It's all about volume, man.
Bigger, it's all that.
So the big thing is the G series turbos are half the size of your Precision 6266, but flow better. They flow more air, they spool faster, and you get a lot more volume per PSI. It's all about efficiency, you know, and the G series turbos are the king of efficiency, period. There's nothing else better than that turbo.
I probably won't swap over, but I'm gonna look into them.
Look into them, bro.
Just a robot.
Because that's pretty much what I'm getting next. Is I'm getting that turbo next. I actually have one in my shipping container, but it's for my other motor that we built. But I'm getting one for this car because I'm tired of boost lag. You know, it's a little four banger. You know, boost lag is gonna happen no matter what. You know, and I like no boost lag, and that's why I'm gonna spend the money for it. And what's really cool, really cool. Is they come in many like flavors to bolt on to a car. So you really can adapt to almost any car you own, these turbos.
Yeah.
Got a G25 600 for my 20th. Ready to finish. Yeah, hell yeah. See, this guy knows what's up. There's a guy that's on, there's a couple people on YouTube that have these turbos. A lot of people don't like buying it because it's like $2 to $3 grand for just a turbo. Most people want a whole entire turbo kit for that kind of money. You know what I mean? But dude, I'm telling you, when you guys watch the review and the drivability, it drives like a stock car when you're just chilling, right? And you're just driving. But the moment you're up like, say, 2,500, 3,000 RPMs, it's not stock anymore. That's the problem too. Most people don't like all the power all the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, I drive my cars every day on the street. Sometimes I just want to cruise and I don't want to be like, wow, just gone, right? And that's one of the big problems with these turbos too. They're very difficult to, how do you say? They're very difficult to drive daily, if that's kind of the idea.
Mine, where it's so big, I can put mine around and I'm good. But it only when mine builds boost, you better hold the fuck on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And these small turbos, these G25, G27 turbos, they're small, but it sucks because they make power so low in the RPM range. It's scary shit. It's some scary stuff, and it's dope. I love it. That's why I want one for my car.
It's just a lot of money.
Yep. Well, man, you're
I'm building a separate motor right now. I'm building a K24 bottom end sleeve forged internals with a K20 head. Do the Frankenstein build.
I mean, that's what most people do, anyways.
Yeah. Well, see, my yellow car is a full K20A2. So I probably should have since I got it all apart right now, but I'm just gonna leave it.
Don't they go with like the K24 block or whatever?
Yeah, they go K24 block because it's bigger liter, more torque with a K20 head for the high revving.
Yep. You want the rev, you want the flow. So, and that's the big thing with anything turbo. You want airflow. So.
But to do that, you have to use a K20A2 oil pump, and you have to cut it so it'll fit and stay in there because the housing of it is too big. So you gotta do like some fab work.
There's a lot of Frankensteining in the Honda world. That's what I love about the Honda world, though. You guys, there's some really broke fools out there, and they're like, "We got 4 cars. Let's make one out of them," and they make it work. Like
that. Shit works.
Right
now, the DC5, it's all-wheel drive swap. So I used a custom drop shaft. I used a CRV diff, custom axles, custom rear billet hubs. But it's pretty cool. But essentially, it's all CRV. I can go to a junkyard, cut a fucking CRV in half, and use all the parts on it. But I just didn't because of the power.
Yeah.
LSs and Hondas are like the same boat.
Yeah, I like LS. I don't have any, but
bro, they're junkyard motors. If someone goes out there pulls one, and they have like they're running like 700 horsepower off this shit.
Well, we gotta be careful on which LS. There's a lot of them, and huh?
There's 9, right?
I think you'd want to look for the 5.3s and the 6.0s.
There's very specific ones. Even though they're out there, even though it's an LS motor, doesn't mean all LS motors are made the same. You know, and there's small blocks, there's big blocks. What's up?
So there's better ones than others.
Oh no, not that it's better. It's not about being better or worse. It's what's in them. Like what? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them that are they're total trash. They're just basic blocks. They don't have anything special in them. So you really have to hunt for the right ones. And
a lot of people that do their swaps with the LSX just because it's cheap.
Yeah.
The only thing that Pittman was telling me that's good news, but not. See, on a Honda where it's an inline 4, the cylinder sleeves are thin. So you gotta have it sleeved or it'll blow a cylinder for high boost. Well,
Correct.
Horsepower, but the VR6s are staggered. So you don't have to sleeve them. The block is good, literally. Long as you do the piston rod rings, head stud, you're good. You can make unlimited power without blowing a rod through a block.
So the highest horsepower VR6 I helped build was 1,200 horsepower. And all we did to that thing, we didn't do anything to the head of the block. We just did rods, pistons. We oversized the valves by, I think, 0.1 thousandths or 2 thousandths of a millimeter. And then we did aftermarket cams. We did like street cams. We didn't even do race cams. We did street cams, which was like.
Right now, that orange car he has, it doesn't have a VR6. He's got the 3.6 liter some shit.
The 3.6 liter Porsche engine. That's a VR6.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's what he has in it.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other car he had a different motor. I don't know. I've only seen him with this one.
Hey, hold on. Someone actually needs help with their PC. What's up? What can I help you with? What's your question? I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but This was actually a live PC stream, not a car stream.
See, my computer was just kind of fun.
Well, I got you, Bo. I got you, man. So hit me up later, all right? I'm trying to wait for this guy to see if you have any questions. If not, I'm just F because my motherboard's dead. I'm pissed off. Brand new board and it doesn't even work.
That actually sucks.
It does. What sucks even more, I have to go drive 3 hours to go replace it.
Where'd you get it from?
Micro Center in Dallas, Texas.
Oh, you live close to Microsoft.
Yeah. All right, so let's see.
I wish I lived close to one, dog.
I bought a PC, downloaded the COD. When I open it, it says update BIOS.
Downloaded COD and it says to open update BIOS. To update BIOS.
So yeah, go to your manufacturer's website. Go to the manufacturer website. Look up the motherboard model. Find the motherboard. Go to the update center, and there should be an option for BIOS and update. A lot of times, so since Call of Duty is owned by Blizzard now, or works for Blizzard and all that crap, they require a patch for the hard drives and for the motherboard.
Isn't it for the easy anti-cheat or whatever?
Exactly. It's like they're trying to get down to pretty much to the hardware to prevent people from cheating. And it's insane. Like the amount of security that you're giving these people is insane.
Yeah, and
Just
there's the people that buy 2 PCs just to have one to cheat off of.
and there's that, and number two, it's a free video game, and you're giving them all this access to your computer.
COD isn't free. COD gets paper cost.
Well, which one? Which COD are we talking about? Because there's one that's free.
Warzone's free.
We're talking about like BO7, BO6.
Okay. Dude, you know the last Call of Duty I played was not Modern Warfare, was it? Yeah, Modern Warfare 2. So I stopped playing Call of Duty a long time ago.
Updated. I downloaded the BIOS USB.
Yeah, so when you download the BIOS to a thumb drive, you have to format the thumb drive in a specific format style. It might require FAT32. The thumb drive might have to be formatted to FAT32 before you can put the file on it for the motherboard to read it. If it doesn't, if it,
Read the website. It should tell you what format you need to put the
yeah.
thumb drive in.
So it is on FAT32. It's a long time watcher. Okay. It's on FAT32. Okay, so did you extract the BIOS file and put it on the primary directory on the thumb drive? Let's see. Or did you just leave the file in the thumb drive and that's it? Like the folder, because the BIOS is always in just a folder. So what I like to do is sometimes the motherboard is very picky. Sometimes they want the file in the compressed format or in the uncompressed format. So I usually just put a copy of both. So I usually put the compressed folder and the uncompressed file inside the main directory of the thumb drive, and it'll show up. What happened to cars? I say, well, we do cars too here at PincheAl's Garage. Today was computers, but this computer died, so we're trying to help someone out. Okay, cool. There you go. Hopefully that works for you. Yeah, every motherboard manufacturer is very different from each other. They want either FAT32, sometimes they want exFAT, or they want NTFS. You have to read the manufacturer and see what they tell you. And after that, sometimes they want the zip folder unzipped or zipped. Sometimes they don't want you to touch it. They just want you to download it, put it in the thumb drive, and just go. Everybody's different. No one's the same. Everyone wants to be unique, unfortunately, with that. There's no standard process.
My favorite motherboards are the Tomahawks.
On which one?
Tomahawks.
The Asus ones? I think those are Asus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're good boards. They're not bad. I mean, I've been through all brands. I've never had a brand that's never been
I'm running
perfect.
I'm running DDR4.
Okay. Yeah, this build is for my friend. I bought this for them so they can do remote in to do the video editing for my YouTube channel. Problem is, motherboard's dead.
What are you running? DDR5 or DDR4?
It's 5. This is on DDR5.
Damn, that RAM's expensive.
It is if you buy it by itself. It's cheap if you buy it in a bundle.
I haven't been like it's either the only ways I've found it is pre-builts are really cheap for it, or you're kind of screwed. You have to buy them like bulkish.
Yeah, so Micro Center, if you go into their store, if you can drive to a Micro Center, if you go in, I got the motherboard, CPU, and the RAM. So I got Ryzen 7 7700X, the motherboard, and 32 gigs of RAM for $500. Yeah.
I need to throw 16 hours. I need to go to Micro Center.
I'm telling you, it's cheap. The thing is, they will not sell you that bundle online. It is an in-store price only.
Yeah, I know. It's never online. It's always.
I know. I was actually thinking maybe if I ever go make a trip to Micro Center, buy a bunch of these bundles and like
Isn't it one per customer though?
it's one of the bundles per customer. So I could buy all the bundles, like one of every bundle. You know, and like, but for people who want them, like you, right? Like you want it, right? Like I'll go in, buy you the bundle, pay me like 20, 30 bucks, you know, for the service, and there you go, man. Help you out.
Yeah. I mean, I just wish they would open more locations. But
They're privately owned, so they can only open as fast as they can. Which is good because this is how they keep their shit under control. You know?
yeah, but then like when the RAM prices, as an example, all go up, they have to raise their prices too.
Yeah, that's anybody in general, but they found ways around that.
I built this computer for $600.
Yeah. I built my before Ramageddon started, I built my I have my main rig is a 9900X, 64 gigs of RAM, and a 9070 XT. I got 12 terabytes of storage in it. And I built all of that for under $1,200.
Yeah, I have a it's what a 7000. It's a 750X 3D thing, something like that.
If it's AM4, it's either a 5800X or a 5800X 3D or 50 or 50. There was another previous 5800 or
50, it was one of the 5800X 3Ds, or it was something like that.
how long ago did you build it?
2020.
Then it wasn't the 5800X 3D because that wasn't out yet.
It's 2021. I don't remember.
Then you might have a 5800X, but not the 3D. The 3D cache didn't come out until a little bit later.
I don't know. Somewhere around there. I have zero clue what GPU's in that bitch.
What's up?
I have zero clue what GPU's in it.
Just go to your BIOS, it'll tell you. Not your BIOS, just go to your system settings, it'll tell you.
I would if it run.
Well, that sucks.
I haven't turned it on in such a long time. Last time I knew, the battery went out on it.
The BIOS battery in 6 years? That's pretty short of a time.
The battery, like the power supply.
Oh, the power supply went out. That's not good.
They went out. I have no clue what else is wrong. There's probably something else wrong with it.
Get it fixed, man. That's a good rig.
Yeah, I mean, I spent $600. I mean, that's not bad.
No, it's a decent amount of money is being spent. I would fix it.
I mean, hey, nowadays that thing's worth like what, almost 12.
No, not for AM4 platform. If it was AM5, yes. If you were like right at the AM5 era, DDR5, because DDR4 is not considered high-speed memory, so it's not falling. It's not hitting that hard with the RAM prices.
Yeah. It's
But
just like how Nvidia's gonna come out back with their 3090 series.
yeah, because they can't sell the newer ones. No one's gonna buy them because they're so expensive.
Or they just had none in stock.
No, they have them. They just won't do them because no one's gonna buy them because they already sold it all to.
Well, no, they sell the processor.
No, they sell. They also sell memory. Well, the people they work with sell their memory.
Yeah, they sell like their chips and a bunch of other stuff.
All right. Well,
I don't think Nvidia actually makes cards themselves.
no, they just make they make just the GPU, the processor itself.
Yeah, and then you got like Asus and a bunch of other people that actually make the.
Well, Nvidia does make. They will make founder editions GPUs, so they will make their own GPU by them. So a lot of the FE cards, so founder editions, are made by Nvidia. But those are rare. Those are super rare cards. They only make them for a certain amount of time, and that's it. They don't make them again. Because they're not really a card manufacturer. They're just a GPU designer and GPU manufacturer. So they have all the other companies that make them for them. You know what I mean?
When are we gonna come up? When are they gonna come up with their next series?
Nothing's coming out, man. Not until AI. Not until this AI bubble pops. Ain't nothing gonna happen.
I mean, the last series that we got, the 50 series, is just AI frames.
Yeah, but I'm saying like you're not gonna get anything next. You're not gonna get a 6,000 series card, even though they did announce it. Um, they're not gonna get one anytime soon, like at an affordable price. They're gonna be extremely expensive, and they're all.
Already have a
Yeah,
6,000 series.
they announced them.
No, I thought they had like the 6,000 whatever. It's like it's supposed to be like the same as a 5090, but just a little better.
Yeah, but they're not out yet. They announced the 6,000 generation RTX cards, but there's no official like model. There's no official pricing. Nothing. Nothing.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not talking about the like generation. I'm talking about like came out with the 5090 series cards.
Yeah, they released new versions of their current GPUs, but that's it.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Hurry, because I wanna go to bed. It's almost 1 o'clock, or is it 1 o'clock? Yeah, it's almost 2 in the morning. I'm gonna shut down YouTube though.
It's this thing.
Here, hold on. Give me a second here.